Hello and welcome back to Crafted by Corie. If you're new, I'm Corie. Welcome to my channel. If you are returning, thank you as always for being here. If you love minis and tiered tray decor as much as I do, you're going to want to stick around because this is a whole compilation of all of the minis I've done year to date. Might be even a few extras thrown in, but let's go ahead and get right on into the crafting.
DIY number 1.
So I have these cute little rolling pins I picked up at the Hobby Lobby and my chalk paints in white, it's Adirondack white, crimson, and vintage Victorian. So I am starting out with my white. I did the little handles on the first rolling pin, and then I'm going to do the body, if you will, of the second one. Then on the second one, I'm going to do the handles pink. And on the next one, I will do the body pink. You see what I'm doing here? Just kind of mixing it all up. And then I'll do the red on the handles and then on the body. So everything is color coordinated, but each one of these is a little bit different. And then I went into my Cricut design space and I went to find a font, and I'm going to be better about telling you guys what fonts I'm using as I do this here. But I finally settled on DTC Honeymoon, and I went ahead and typed up the words that I want to use for these little rolling pins. I'm going to be creating stencils with my vinyl. If you don't have a Cricut, not to fear, you can certainly use other stencils. You could trace things on that you print off of your printer. You could Mod Podge things on. You can decorate these however you choose. I just happen to have my little joy, so I was creating these little words to use on my little rolling pins, but really the sky is the limit. Just use your imagination. So I've got my Be Mine, my XOXO, and I Heart You. And once I had those all set, I went ahead and got them all situated on my mat. And then I went ahead and cut down my stencil vinyl to the size I needed using my little cutter tool here and making sure that I've got it to the right width. And I don't think I worried about the length until after I had it done. Maybe I did because I can't remember. Yeah, no, I trimmed it off there too. So I got that applied to my mat, and I went ahead and ran it through my little machine to get my stencil all made. So once it had gone through the machine and it was all cut, I trimmed them, not trimmed them, but I cut my little words apart to have separate stencils. And then I went ahead and weeded each of them. So you can see I'm just taking away the actual letters for this project. So it's leaving the stencil vinyl, just the exterior. So I've got my little stencils. And then I will use my transfer tape to apply it to the little rolling pins. Just trying to get that lined up and smoothing it down as best I can. Now I was having trouble with getting all of the edges to adhere to the chalk paint. I don't know if it's because it was chalk paint, if it was because it was curved. I'm not really sure what was going on, but I did struggle with that a little bit. So I wanted to go in and seal my stencils with the same color that I was using on each of these rolling pins before I came in with the color that I wanted to use for the stencil. And the reason I do that, you can do that with Mod Podge as well. And I know people have asked me in the past why I do it this way instead of with Mod Podge. I find that with chalk paint, you can actually see the Mod Podge if you get any bleeding. Whereas if you use your base color paint, it's the same paint, so you don't see it as readily. It's the exact same finish and you don't have to worry about it. So once I had all of my stencils applied, I went ahead and pulled this off, and I had applied my paint a little too thick trying to seal it in the first time. So as I peeled my stencils away, it did end up taking up some of the paint with it. Not ideal, but I was able to go back in and touch it up a little bit here and there. So I just grabbed a really fine paintbrush and I touched it up. So here's another thought. If you don't have a vinyl cutter, you can just use a little paintbrush and paint your little words on here too. It does not need to be perfect. In fact, I have another project a little later in the video where I specifically am not perfect with lines that I paint on a little planter, so to speak. So you'll see that in a little bit. But I went ahead and got the rest of it all weeded out. I'm using my special little tweezers to help me with that because my paint was not completely dry at that point. Once it was dry, I came in with some of this ribbon. I had gotten this at Michael's on clearance in a pack, and it was, I think, 5 or 6 different ribbons that were all color coordinated, but all different, and I love them. And so this is a little pink buffalo check, and I was trying to figure out the best way to do my little bow, and I realized if I tried to do it that way, I was going to end up with 4 tails, and I don't want 4 tails for this particular project. So I ended up doing a little loop, tying a tie around the middle of that loop, and I left the rest of it long. I was going to trim it off once I decided how large I wanted my little loops. So there I'm trimming that off, and so now I've just basically got a loop of ribbon that I tied another piece of ribbon around the center of. So hopefully that makes sense. And then I'm just going to attach this to the side of my little rolling pin with some hot glue. So just gonna grab my glue gun, a little tiny dab of glue on the knot of the ribbon, and then I'm going to adhere it to my rolling pin and just fluffing up my ribbon a little bit the way I want it. So there's the first one, and then I did the same thing with the other 2. So same process, created a loop, tied another little piece around the middle of it, and then adhered it. And that third one, I just put the bow on the opposite end just to have a little bit of variety. And that's it. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 2.
This is the little planter box I referenced just a few minutes ago, and I had gotten this, actually my sister got this for me at Michael's. I don't know what the price was. I think it was maybe $1, maybe $2 at the most, but she had picked it up for me, and I am going to give the entire thing a good coat of chalk paint. This is my Adirondack White by Home Decor. It is a plaid product, and I have gotten it on Amazon. If you're interested in this or any of the other supplies that I use on a regular basis, you'll be able to find those in my Amazon store, which is linked in my description box as well. But I am just going to be painting a very rough stripe all around this planter. I left a little strip of white, and I'm coming in with my vintage Victorian pink, and I am painting that all along the perimeter, if you will. And then I'm going to come in with my red. This is crimson. These are the same colors I used before on my rolling pins, and I am just making really rough lines. It's basically making a striped little planter, and this was called a planter. I didn't make that up. That's what it said on it, so that's how I'm going to use it. So I've got my floral foam, and I cut a block of that down to size. I'm putting some hot glue, if I can get my gun working there, in the base and setting my foam down inside just to keep it from moving around. And then I have these little faux moss stones that I was going to put in there, and then I decided I wanted to put some other things in there before I set the stones in. So I grabbed some of my floral moss. This is from the Dollar Tree. So were those little stones. The little moss stones are also from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just covering on my floral foam, kind of camouflaging that a little bit. And then I have one of my little styrofoam balls, also from the Dollar Tree, that I am putting on a little skewer stick, also from the Dollar Tree. I'm using one of my Arteza paint markers to paint that little dowel. I think it was called khaki. It's just a light brown color. I added some hot glue into the hole I had created and then stuck that dowel back in there. So now I'm taking more of my moss, and I'm just going to kind of break it up a little bit, make sure that it's not real chunky, no huge pieces. I'm liberally applying hot glue to my styrofoam ball, and as you can see, I'm just rolling it in the moss, and I'm going to get this completely covered with the moss. Then I'm going to take these little foam roses. Actually, I guess I'm going to measure that first. No, foam roses first. Okay, so taking these foam roses that I had left over from another project from last week's video, and I am going to just put a little teeny dab of glue on the back of each of these roses, and I am applying it to my little moss-covered foam ball. So I just kind of spread them out here and there sporadically. Now I'm going to measure my little dowel and or skewer, and I'm going to press it down into the foam core. And now I can add in my little stones. You can do as few or as many of these as you want. You could even not do any of these little stones, but I just thought that they were sweet and cute and gave it a little bit more interest. So I decided to put them in there. Now I have this little pick. I believe this was also from the Dollar Tree. I've had it in my stash for a while. It was really, I got it at like Christmas time, but like 2 years ago, Christmas time. And I just put a little dab of hot glue on the end of that so that I wouldn't lose one of those little balls off of the wire. Sometimes they slide around, and I'm just kind of twisting it to make a curlicue of sorts and tucking it down into the floral foam at the base of the little mini tree trunk, if you will. I just felt like it needed something extra, and I wanted to put something around that little trunk. You could also wrap little pip berries around it, something like that. I thought about doing that, and then I decided to go with this instead. And that's it.
DIY number 3.
All right, this is a little, what would you call this? Box? It's not really a box. My sweet subscriber Rose sent this to me in a huge stash of crafting supplies. That's the word I wanted. As you saw, I gave that a coat of the white Adirondack as well, and now I am using these little stickers from the Dollar Tree. These are wood stickers, and I'm painting the 3 natural tone ones red because they are all the same size. I needed 3 the same size, and I'm going to go ahead and create another stencil for myself. I didn't go through the motions on how I created this one, but I am just showing you that I used my Explore 3 for this one. Again, you could hand draw these. You could print something out on your word processor and trace it onto your project. You could Mod Podge things. You could use stickers. You don't have to have a vinyl cutter in order to do this. But I went ahead and got my vinyl tape out and got my stencil, that was the word I was looking for, all transferred over. I'm just lining it up onto my, what do you call these, you guys? It's not a frame, but anyway, I got that all transferred over, and once I had done that, it did, again, I was struggling a little tiny bit with getting it off. So I did set down a piece of the backing for my transfer tape. So if I had to lay it down again, it didn't go back and stick to my stencil again because I was struggling with that a little bit. But I finally got the job done. I put some parchment paper over top of it and burnished it again just to make sure that it was all really nicely on there. And then I went in with my white paint again to seal my stencil. Same reason that I'm not using the Mod Podge for this. I just don't like the effect that it gives when you get a little bit of leakage or seepage. This time I did a very thin coat, and I'm doing almost like with a dry, I want to say brush, that's not a brush, it's a makeup sponge. I could just cut these makeup sponges down that I get from the Dollar Tree into little pieces, and I use them for my stencils. But I went in with a very dry sponge, and I gave it a couple of coats, and that worked amazing, and I had no issues at all, none. So it looked super pretty, and then I can go ahead and I can apply my little red heart stickers. Again, these are wood, and they just have little foam tape, double-sided tape on the back of them so you can adhere them to your project. I love it. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 4.
Okay, this time I have a whole bunch of wooden beads from Amazon. I was also showing you some little heart keychains that my sister had picked up for me from Michael's again last year. I'm separating out, I've got 15 beads that I'm putting in each of these little sandwich bags. I saw somebody else do this a long time ago, and I cannot remember who it was. It might have been Wendy from White Sparrow Living. I'm not positive, but I thought it was a really great idea. So I'm just adding a little bit of paint to each of my bags. And again, these are the same colors that I've been using for all of the projects. So I'm keeping that same red, white, pink theme for my tier tray that we're going to be decorating later. But then I went ahead and I squished them all around and got everything coated for all 3 of these. Now, I highly recommend continuing as soon as you're done squishing them around. Unfortunately, I got a little interrupted and my paint started drying on them. So yeah, there was definitely some excess paint, so you can see me like running them around on my parchment paper trying to get some of the excess paint off. I finally got smart and got a paper towel and started rubbing each of them individually. But because I'd gotten interrupted, the paint was not as smooth on my beads as they will be on yours if you take my advice and don't let them dry out. So now I'm taking one of those heart keychains and I'm removing the keychain part from the heart. These are wooden, the hearts are, and I'm going to give this a coat of my Adirondack white chalk paint on both sides, and then I scuffed the edges to distress it a little bit just to make that a little bit rough. Now I've got my Arteza paint marker, in red. I'm trying to remember the name of this particular vermilion, something like that. But I am creating my little love word. This time, obviously, I am hand lettering this. I went back and made all the letters a little bit thicker. And then later on, I did go back in and add some white back to the center of that heart. I decided I didn't like it all filled in like that. So in my final reveal of this, you'll see that that actually has a white heart in the middle of it. Now I am taking some butcher's twine. This is from the Dollar Tree. This was a great find. There's a ton of it on this spool, and I was very excited to have found it. But threaded it onto a large needle. I think this is called an embroidery needle. And I threaded my little beads once they were all dry in a pattern, just red, pink, white, red, pink, white. And I just kept on going all the way to the end. And then I added on my little love heart. Looking at it now, I'm realizing that I did it the opposite of what I wanted to do because my heart was white, so I wanted to end with a red bead. So I literally did the opposite of what I meant to do. But oh well, I was probably thinking I was going to attach it to the other end when I started, but this is the way I did it. So I got that all tied off, and then I ran my needle back through the last 3 beads so that we can hide our thread or string or butcher's twine, whatever you want to call this. So I trimmed that off, and now it'll be hidden inside those beads. So I ran all of the beads back down the length so that everything was nice and snug. And then I decided I was going to make a tassel for the other end. If you are interested in seeing complete instructions on how I create my tassel, I will make sure that I link that video in my description box where I go through the step-by-step. But then I went ahead and I had not tied off the top of this tassel yet because I decided I wanted to use the string from the garland to do that. So I ended up looping that through there and tying it off that way. And then once I had it all knotted and secured, I did the same thing, running the twine back through those last 3 beads before trimming it off. Now I'm cutting all of my loops, and then I'll go ahead and I'll pull everything up together and I will trim it and give it just a little bit of a haircut so it's all nice and even. And that's it. That is it. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 5.
All right, I've got this cute little glass bottle from the Dollar Tree. I have some red, what is that? Food coloring, yeah, and some water, also my joy. So I came in and I was looking for just a love something. So they've got a whole bunch of different options in here. Of course, in the end, I ended up going with that very first one. I was paused at the beginning there because I was looking at it and I really liked it, but then I wasn't ready to commit. So I went back through, but of course, that very first one I ended up going with. So I got that all sized the way that I wanted to. And then I got it all cut out. And once it was cut, I trimmed off the excess vinyl that I didn't need in case I needed a small piece later on. And I weeded all of my little letters. Got that all situated. I don't know if you all enjoy weeding if you do have a vinyl cutter. I find it relaxing. It's kind of fun, usually. Every once in a while it can be stressful if there's a piece that doesn't want to cooperate, but I actually find it fun. But I love these letters. I love this little font. It's so delicate and pretty. But I went ahead and burnished that and got that onto my transfer tape so that I could go ahead and get that onto my little glass jar, bottle. I'm not sure what you would want to call this. Got that all lined up and I pressed it right on. I did clean the glass with some rubbing alcohol before I went ahead and applied this, just so you know. It's best to make sure that it's nice and clean before you put your vinyl down. So there's my little jar. Now, again, you could decorate this with a lot of other things, but I went ahead and I filled it about halfway with water. I've got my food coloring. I am dropping in just 3 drops or so, added some more water, put in some more drops to get it to the color that I wanted it, a little bit more water just so that it was above the top of the love so you can see the love against it. Such a simple, easy little project, you guys. Now I've got a little tag and one of my Dollar Tree markers. It's maybe a rose gold color, I would say. And I'm writing number 9. Leave me a comment if you know what this is, because my husband and my daughter didn't know what it was. I felt vindicated when my sister knew what it was, but leave me a comment and let me know if you know what I am making here, what this is supposed to be, okay? But I went ahead and I kind of looped the tag around my fingers because the string wasn't long enough to do it around the jar. So that was how I wanted to attach it at any rate. But I went ahead and used a little tiny dab of hot glue just to get the tag to sit where I wanted it. And that is it. I thought I was being very clever, but let me know if you know what this is.
DIY number 6.
Okay, I've got another one of these little box frame things from my sweet subscriber Rose. Again, I don't even know what to refer to this as. A little wooden bin? I don't know. But I cleaned it up with some rubbing alcohol again, and then I gave it a good coat of chalk paint. This time I decided that I really wanted to keep the wood color, wood effect, whatever you want to call it. I wanted the wood grain to still show on the sides of my, I'm going to call it a box for lack of a better term. So I was just very careful with the chalk paint and just made sure I went just to the edge and preserved the edges. You can certainly tape that off if you feel the need to do that. Here I am back in the Cricut studio. This was like a Cricut day for me today. This is not sponsored by any means. I just really like my Joy. It makes things really easy. And I would have used the Joy for the other project too, but I needed a larger piece of vinyl, so I had to pull out the Explorer. But at any rate, I was looking for a February 14th or a 14, and then I ended up deciding just going with what is that, a font instead. And you can see I had picked out a couple of different heart wreaths. That was what I looked for, something that could be cut as a heart wreath, and I hadn't decided which one I wanted to use, so I was just playing with it a lot. You'll see I went through a few different fonts before I settled on one. For me, a lot of this is trial and error. I am very visual, and so I like to try different things out. You can see Elfie, that was the one I finally settled on. And so I'm just lining it up and getting it positioned inside my wreath. And then I duplicated it and I went ahead and dropped it inside the other one so I could see which one I liked better. I liked the original one, so that was the way I went. So I went ahead and I grouped these together, and then I took a look at the layers because I wanted to make sure they were going to cut properly. I selected the two that I wanted to cut out in black, so you can see those are highlighted in green, and then I welded them. I clicked on weld under actions, and that told it that I wanted those to cut together. So now you can see they're here together on the black vinyl. And I'm going to go ahead and get those cut out on my little joy. So I was telling it to connect and to cut, and it prepped it. So now it's cutting, went ahead and got that all taken care of. And then when it was done with that, it went and showed me that it was ready to cut the red. And so I did the same thing and let it know that I was ready to go. And it went ahead and cut my red. So once I had everything cut out, I went ahead and I trimmed off my extra vinyl, you know how I like to do that. And then I went ahead and weeded everything out. So here you can see this is all of the black vinyl that's coming away. And then with the red, I decided I wanted to cut out the middle of that little wreath because, again, I want to preserve the vinyl. You know, I can use some of these little pieces for other projects here and there where I only need small bits and pieces, right? And so I like to keep that stuff. So I'd used my little X-Acto knife from Cricut to cut that out. So now I just weeded it the rest of the way, got my transfer tape out. I love the lines on the transfer tape because they help you line everything up and get it even. And then I just kind of taped down the edges of this other vinyl, just the backing, so that it wasn't popping up on me when I went to try to add the second one down. So I'm going to come on in, get everything lined up. I did not use registration marks for this. So I'm just eyeballing it and making sure that I've got it the way that I think it needs to be. Coming in, I'm trying to burnish just the red because I don't want to have to remove again the black, if that makes sense. So lining everything up and getting it centered on here as best as I can, using those lines to help guide me as well, because I know that I have my 14 lined up on there. So burnished it, and then I just peeled everything away. I did end up taking a little bit of my chalk paint off there because I probably should have let it dry a little bit longer than I did, but I was able to go back in with a little bit extra paint and fix that in a second, you'll see. So I just burnished it really well again with the backing from my transfer sheet, and I touched it up with some white paint, and it was good as new. But let me know what you think of this one.
DIY number 7.
For this project, I have tumbling tower blocks from the Dollar Tree, this little Dollar Tree bird feeder that I am pulling the little sticker, whatever, tag, and I have my celery chalk paint by Waverly. I had used a little piece of sandpaper to get that cleaned up on the edges a little bit, and now I'm going to use my Gorilla wood glue to put 6 of my little tumbling tower blocks together. I just fashioned them into a little riser that I'm going to be using a little later on my birdhouse. So I am going to give everything but the roof and that little perch a coat of the celery chalk paint. I'm leaving a little space at the bottom there for my wood glue to adhere. So then I'm going to paint my little perch white, and I'll leave that one end completely blank because, again, I'm going to be applying glue to the surface, and you want that to be wood to wood really for the best bond. But then I painted the rest of it white. And now I'm coming in with the roof. I am doing that white as well and getting that all touched up. And I'll do the little perch in white as well. So just taking my time and being careful not to hit my green with white. And then I'll go ahead and adhere my perch. I'm using a pretty good amount of the wood glue, so you can see why I left that little place unpainted on the bottom of the birdhouse. And now I have this little Dollar Tree birdie. I thought it was so cute, and I wanted to put it on the perch at first, but then I wasn't liking the way that it looked, so I went ahead and attached the bird to the little bottom ledge of the house. And now I have these paper flowers from Michaels. I had picked these up quite some time ago. They've been in my stash. I've used them for other things, but I thought that they were so pretty, and I thought it just would give this a little bit of something extra. I had been looking for some miniature flowers in my stash that I could use on little picks, things of that nature, but I didn't really have anything that was going to be small enough and the style that I was looking for. So these actually came in super handy because I thought that they were so sweet, as if they were just kind of growing up the side of the little birdhouse. I went ahead and attached a couple more to the little roof line, and you could do as few or as many of these as you want. I mean, this is where your imagination can take you wherever you'd like to go. You could use pipberries, you could use greenery, but this is my little birdhouse. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 8.
For this project, I had these leftover skewer pieces from a mirror project that I had done recently. It was a starburst mirror, and these were just some scraps that I had left over. So I'm cutting a couple of these down to size. I want to make sure that they are the same length, and then I'm going to cut down a bunch of other smaller pieces, again wanting to make sure that those are all the same size. I believe I cut 5 of these for my little rungs. And once I had these all cut, I was going to go ahead and start placing them in between my 2 little uprights. And I'm just checking to make sure that everything is the same length here and trimming things off as necessary. These are my little dog toenail clippers. One of my subscribers had suggested that, and they actually work really well with the skewers and little wooden dowels. So now I am going to go ahead and place my little rungs for the ladder that we are building. I'm going to just do a little mini ladder. And then I'm going to use my Gorilla wood glue again for this project. Now, I was hopeful that it would be tacky enough that it would hold everything together and I wouldn't have to worry about using hot glue. Unfortunately, every time I tried to let go of the little uprights, they would like move or roll away slightly. It wasn't sufficient. So I did end up using a little bit of hot glue to tack the corners there. I did that at the bottom, and then I did it again at the top. So I used my wood glue, and then I came in with some hot glue just to hold it. I did end up removing the hot glue later. Just used my heat gun to heat it up once the wood glue was dry, and then I was able to just peel the hot glue away so you didn't see that little blob of glue, because the wood glue will dry clear. So I just went ahead and added in my other dowels. Once I had the top and bottoms dowels secured, or rungs secured with the hot glue, I didn't need to worry about the middle because my uprights weren't going to be going anywhere. Hopefully that makes sense. But I did go ahead and just add in a little extra glue because my cuts weren't perfect and I wanted to make sure everything was secure. So now I had this pick from Amazon. It's a boxwood pick, but then that little metal circle, that was a part of a Dollar Tree paper towel holder that I had taken apart. And so that was a leftover little ring, and I am using my hot glue, putting a pretty good size little blob on the metal and then attaching my little greenery stems. And I just continue to do that, working my way all the way around, lifting it up where I needed to get down underneath, and just making sure that my little wreath was nice and full. And then I took some Dollar Tree ribbon and I am creating a loop and trying to figure out how I'm going to attach this, because this is going to be going on our little ladder. So I went ahead, cut that off. I was trying to figure out how I wanted to attach this to the ladder. So this is my thinking mode right now, and think. And then I finally went ahead and tied a knot in the top of this, and then I trimmed off that little excess once I had that knot nice and tight. Flipped that over just to make sure that I had a nice clean edge. Used some hot glue on that to seal that in like that. And then I went ahead and I grabbed some more ribbon and created a little bow loop, like a loop bow. So I kind of tucked the ends under. I wanted to make sure that I didn't have any frayed edges sticking out. So this is kind of a weird way of doing it, but hopefully you can tell how I was creating that seam. You could also just lay it flat, glue it together, and then flip it right side out, and then you would have the same kind of seam, if you will. But then I took another little piece of ribbon and I am going to wrap this around the middle of my bow. I'm obviously using hot glue for this as well. Just wrapping that around so that I create a little faux bow, and then I'll trim that off as well. And I'm going to tuck the end in underneath, because again, you know I like to have my clean edges, and just use a little bit of glue on there. Once that was all set, I fluffed up my little loops for my bow because I wanted them to be a little fluffy, not just flat, and I attached that to the little knot that I had created at the top, or at the end, excuse me, of my loop. Once I had that all set, I then grabbed my little ladder. Once it was completely dry, I did let it dry overnight. And then I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to attach this to the ladder. So I undid the little loopy thing, and I ended up tucking it in and attaching it in that regard, just kind of looping it through. And here it is all done. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 9.
All right, I went into my stash and pulled out all of my little wooden beads. I've gotten all of these from Amazon at one time or another, and I'm pulling out different sizes. I believe I think it was 7 different sizes, but I used 8 beads times 3. So I'm pulling out 3s, and I was debating as to whether 2 of them were the same size or not, but you can see I'm kind of stacking them here in size order, and just lining them up and making sure that I've got what I need. But it was ultimately 8 for each of these, and then I'm painting them all orange. This was originally pumpkin chalk paint, but I had added some white Adirondack to it in a recent video because I wanted a lighter color of orange. So this is actually a mixture custom blend paint, and I'm just using the end of one of my little skewers to help me here. I've tried a bunch of different methods with painting beads, and I just found that this was going to be easiest for me today. So once those were all completely dry, I grabbed out some scrap twine that I had in my stash, and I threaded it onto a needle, and I'm just going to go ahead and thread all of those little beads onto my twine. Now, the first time that I did this, I'm making 3 of these. The first time I did it, I had doubled up the twine thinking that that was the way I needed to have it for this, forgetting that I didn't want to cut the loop at the top. I wanted that to remain a solid loop. So here I got to that part and I'm like, well, that was silly, Corie. So now I have to take it back through, and it was a little bit challenging because I had a double my twine was doubled up, and so it was thicker trying to go back through those holes, because then all of a sudden it was 4 pieces of twine trying to go through those holes. I managed, and I'll show you in a minute what I did for the second and third one to make my life a little bit easier, but you can see I've got the loop at the top, and then I have the little trailing, I'll call them, oh my goodness, what are those things? Roots. Little roots. You know how sometimes carrots have little roots coming off the end? I do trim those up a little bit, but for now I'm taking these little grass pieces, I'm trimming them down, and I'm going to use some of these for my little carrot top. And please forgive me because I keep yawning while I'm doing this. It's late at night. I was running a little bit behind this week with doing my video, and so it is way past my bedtime tonight, and my body is yelling at me. So sorry about that if I sound like I'm suppressing yawns. But I went ahead and tucked the grass through the loop, folded it in half, and then I'll pull the little, and that's probably why I lose my words too, because my brain is like shut off. The little roots, those, yes, I pulled those down. See, I'm trimming them off. I had tied a knot in the very bottom of the base of my little carrot, just so that everything was nice and secure. And now I've looped over a whole bunch of pieces of twine, and I'm going to tie that around the top of my carrot at the base of the greenery. So once I had that tied around, I went ahead and created a little bow. So we've just got that sweet little thing. And then I did go ahead and tie an extra knot at the base. I just wanted to make sure that my knot was large enough that it wasn't going to slip up through. And I also want to make sure everything was nice and tight. So now for the second and third carrots, I strung these on the same way, but you can see I'm only using a single layer of twine this time, and that worked out much better. So once I had my little carrot beads on there, I went ahead and strung it back through, and I was just taking care to make sure that I had that loop, and I almost lost it there for a second, but I wanted to make sure I kept that loop at the top. So I did go ahead and tuck my greenery through there, and that was just going to help me prevent it from slipping back out. If I tugged a little bit too much on the twine, I didn't want it to come out of that top bead. So you can see that that's in there, and then I just went back through each of the what are those beads to get down to the bottom. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, you guys. I really have got to go to bed soon here. But I got these all on here, and then I went ahead and did the same things that I did on the first one. So I tied a knot in the bottom, made sure that that was nice and secure, and then I also tied a bow with multiple strands of twine up at the top. Now I left my little loops loopy. I did not cut the little loops open on my bows, but you could certainly cut your loops if you choose. So I've got 2 little carrots with roots, 1 without, but let me know what you think.
DIY number 10.
All right, these are little coffee cups from the Dollar Tree. They came in a pack of 4. And when I saw these, they looked like little mini pitchers to me. So I thought, well, maybe I could try to figure out a way to mold the plastic. This is not the way to do it. This is a soldering iron, and it wanted to just cut right through the plastic and not just melt it and make it malleable. So I went to plan B and I cut a little V out of the top of my little pitcher. And once I had that V all cut, this works actually quite well. You just want to make sure you're real careful if you do this. But I got that little triangle cut out. And then I grabbed some of my parchment paper and cut out a little piece. It was a folded over piece, right? So now I'm opening it up and I'm trying to figure out how to get the shape for my little pitcher spout. So I went ahead and cut that down and got it to the shape that I wanted it. Once that was done, I used that as a pattern. So I grabbed some cardstock out of my stash. The cardstock was in a pack from Dollar Tree, a bunch of little scraps of cardstock, traced my pattern on there. I went ahead and cut that out. You can see I had put a little notch at the bottom there to help it bend and take the shape that I wanted it to. So that I formed it back inside my little pitcher base, if you will, and then I used some Scotch tape to just hold it down in place so that I could find a way to secure it permanently. So you can see it's starting to come together. Once I had that ready, I'm using my hot glue. I went over the seams first, and then I decided I was actually going to cover the entire outer spout to just give it the same. I didn't want it to look like there were a whole bunch of seams on it, right? So I wanted it to have a smoother appearance. So once I had the seams done, I did go back in and I just filled in that entire surface of the spout, and it just kind of made it a little bit more cohesive. I did use a little bit of parchment paper to help smooth it in a couple of places. The one thing I like about, or one of the things that I like about the parchment paper is that the hot glue doesn't stick to it. So that was handy. So once I had that formed the way I wanted it, I let it cool for a few, and then I painted it with my Pool chalk paint by Waverly. I gave it a good coat on outside and inside, and then for my second coat, I just came in and I was tapping the paint all over the outer surface. So let it dry overnight, and here's my little picture. I've got some glass beads, I've got my floral foam, I've got some flowers, those are from Walmart, and I have my butterflies from Michael's that I've had in my stash for a while. I'm just cutting down my floral foam. I honestly, in hindsight, was wishing that I had only used that one little piece in the bottom. It wasn't necessary for me to stack this. It would have, I would have preferred to have my flowers sit a little bit lower. I made it work. I made it work, but it would have been easier had I not added that extra piece of foam. But now I'm tucking these glass beads down in, and I'm pushing them down as far as I can because I want them to help keep the picture from being tippy, right? So I want those beads as far down in the base as I can get them. So now I'm taking my little picks apart. If you've followed me for any amount of time, you know that this is my MO. I cut everything apart and then I put it back together again the way that I want it. So I started around the outer edge with these little flowers. I don't know, is this considered baby's breath? What would you consider this to be? I don't even really know, but it's very delicate, little white flowers and kind of bushy. So just creating my little arrangement here with all of this, and worked from the outer edges in towards the middle. Once I had that all set, I came in with my little butterflies. These are great because they have little wires in them so that they can be shaped a little bit. And I just went ahead and I applied 3 of those to my little butterfly bush. But I think this is adorable. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 11.
All right, for this project, I have a little, what is this? A little crate from the Dollar Tree. I sanded it off, getting the rough edges off. And now I've got my sunny porch by Home Decor chalk paint. I painted the top of it, and then that first little rung. So wanted to make sure that that was all nice and just on that rung, because you probably figured out we're going to make a little book stack with this. What I did this time, I went ahead and used a fine brush, and I created the illusion of the book on the other sides as well. So we've got the spine, and then we've got, you know, the cover that would come down along the edges, right? So that's what I did with this. And once I had the yellow applied for that next layer, I was going to do my vintage Victorian. It's this light pink color. I did the same thing with that and created my little book, the cover for my books, my hardcover, and then I used lilac for the third one. And I did the same thing with the lilac on the edges and made the illusion that it was an actual book with the cover. And these are just stacked up here. So I did that on all sides. And then once I had that done, I actually had made a mistake with my yellow. So to fix that, I could have left the pages, so to speak, that natural wood tone, but because I needed to fix my yellow oops, I decided to come in with oatmeal. And this is a home decor paint as well, so just making my pages this oatmeal color. Once I had that all done, I allowed it to dry, and then I came in with a green marker. A friend of mine gave this to me several years ago. I have no idea where it was purchased, but it's really a great marker. I've used other ones like it. I have a blue one that I used recently on one of my giant eggs, but I am just taking my time and hand lettering these little words onto my book spines and using different fonts just for each one. So I'm taking my time. Remember that this is sped up by about almost 3 times. So I have, this is not my handwriting. This is hand lettering. So it's more like drawing letters, if that helps to put it into perspective. But I've got Mother Nature Laughs. And it's going to say in flowers, Mother Nature laughs in flowers. And I'm doing it backwards, you'll notice, because I want everything to be right justified. So I started at the right and worked my way towards the left. And for my O, I'm actually drawing a little flower here. So I've got my sunny porch, just using a fine paintbrush, and then I got an even smaller little paintbrush, and I'm dabbing the center with my vintage Victorian, that light pink color again. And then I had realized afterwards that I forgot the in, so I went ahead and added in. And then once that was all dry, I grabbed out some ribbon that I had in my stash, and I thought this would be fun because it's a double-sided ribbon, clearly. And I'm putting the green on the outside for the wrap, if you will. And one reason I wanted to wrap it this way is because I really did want it to have that illusion of being a stack of books, and I couldn't have that with the holes on the sides. So this ribbon served the purpose of not only making it look cute, but it's covering up those holes so you can't see them anymore. And so once I had that tied off and trimmed, I went ahead and grabbed the ribbon again, created a loop, and cut that off. And then I cut another length and I tied it around the middle. There, I'm cutting the length. I'm going to tie it around the middle to create my little bow. And once I have that all knotted, I'm just knotting it. And it's okay if it goes a little wonky on you when you first pull that tight. That is normal. You can just pause for a moment, straighten it out, and get it the way you want it. For the second knot, I went ahead and flipped it underneath. And then, so once I had it started, I flipped the one tie back underneath. So now when I pull it tight, my knot is underneath. Hopefully that makes sense. I do have a bow tutorial video where I go into more detail on how I do that so that the knot is hidden, and I will leave that in the description box in case that's of interest to you. Then I went ahead and trimmed off the little ends. I just got them dovetailed so they were nice and neat. And I thought this was so sweet, but I'm not done yet. So I grabbed a couple more of those little flowers, the paper flowers, and I figured I would add those on here. I could have added some flowers to the top also. I honestly didn't think about it until just now, but you totally could add some flowers underneath that bow on the top as well. I just thought it would be fun to use these paper flowers again. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 12.
So I'm starting out with some wooden beads, and I do have these in my Amazon store, which you can find a link to in my description box. But I'm getting the beads all prepped. I was just showing you my ocean chalk paint, and I am going to do these first 7 beads in ocean. You can see I've got a pattern going on down at the bottom of the screen, and so I was just trying to figure out how many beads I wanted in each color. So 7 in the dark blue, then I'm using my crystal chalk paint for another 12 beads, and then I'm going to be doing 6 more of them in my Adirondack white. So while those are all drying, I'm going to go ahead and take this little tag sign from the Dollar Tree. I thought it was so cute, but of course we're going to give it a makeover. I started trying to peel off the paper and then just sanded off the glitter instead, and now I'm just giving it a good coat on both sides of the sign with my white chalk paint. I'm not too worried about the side that had the glitter on it because we will cover that up a little bit later. So once that's dry, I'm actually taking out these 2 little snowflakes that I picked up from the Goodwill, and I'd gotten them, it was 4 in the pack, I think, for just $1. They're originally from Hobby Lobby. They were like 47 cents each, so I got them like 50% off, right? So giving these a coat of crystal. I'm really only concerned with the one side and all those little nooks and crannies because I am going to be attaching it to my little tag sign later. So now I am getting all of my little beads ready to string. These are all dry, and I'm going to string them up on my twine here, and I'm going in the pattern that I had established in my little head a little bit earlier. So before I attach the garland to my little tag sign, I want to make sure that I finish off the back of my sign. This is all dry now, so I'm tracing it. Usually I use craft paper, but I thought it would be really cute to use some scrapbook paper for this. So you can see I've got that little tiny buffalo check. So I am just using my Mod Podge, and I'm making sure that my little sign is completely covered, and then I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that that's secured on there. And then I'm going to poke out the little hole where we're going to be threading our sign again. So having our garland hang off of the little sign. I was just using my little Cricut weeding tool for that. So I'm flipping through a loop of my twine here. And I'm going to take the entire garland and just run it through that loop so that I'm attaching the garland to the little sign. There might be an easier way of doing this. I don't really know, but this is the way that I chose to do it. So, and I did it this way because I wanted to be able to thread that tail back up through all of the beads, and I just wanted it to be a nice clean look. So I'm just going to thread that on back up through, pull all those beads down, and then I'll be able to tie off the other end of my garland. So once I've got all of that set, I am actually going to go ahead and make a tassel for the end of the garland. So I'm just going to wrap it around my fingers. I wrapped it probably about 30 times. And then once that's all done, I will take a smaller piece and wrap it through the top loop and tie it off nice and tight. And then I'll take another piece and I will wrap it around what I like to call the head of the tassel, just to create that neck, so to speak. So once I get that all wrapped, I'll go ahead and tie that off and get that all pulled through and have all of my little ends ready. And then I did cut the ends. I cut all those little loops. I don't think I showed you when oh, yep, I did. So I went ahead and I cut them all off, and then I went ahead and I trimmed them over my trash can. So sorry, I'm not showing you that there. I just wanted to make sure that they were all nice and even. And so then I went ahead and I used my little Cricut tool to kind of free up a little hole there at the top, because I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to thread this back through here. So I had tied it so tight, and I always like my tassels to be nice and clean. So I don't like a lot of knots and extra little strands sticking out. So you can see I'm kind of creating a space with my Cricut tool here to be able to thread my twine back in through the top of the tassel, and that works just fine. So then I went ahead and I pulled it through, pulled it tight, tied a knot there at the top, and then I went ahead and cut it off, and now I am just like on the other end, I'm threading my twine back up through. And that was when I ran out of space on my camera, that thing, yeah. So I'm just showing you, I adhered my little snowflakes. I used my little glitter marker to write "Let It Snow" on them, and that was it. And I'm in love with this. I think it's so cute, but let me know what you think.
DIY number 13.
So I have started to do some chalk couture. This is part of a kit that I got. I am a consultant, so just want to disclose that. There is some information in my description box in my link tree if you'd like to check it out. But I am starting out with a little wood square, and I am going to be using one of these transfers, this little guy with the snowman. So this is the first time I'm using these, you guys. There's another project that was actually my first, but I'm doing this one first to show you. But using my ocean chalk paint again, you saw that I had cleaned up the little wood square first, and then I'm laying down my transfer. Now you can use these over and over again. I think I was told that you can use them usually up to about 10 times. It's different from a stencil in that it's more like a silk screen, so there's a little bit of a mesh wherever you see that knockout. So where you can see that blue, it's like a mesh. So I'm coming in with what they refer to as the paste with my little squeegee, and I'm just running that right over the transfer and just making sure that it's nice and smoothed out. And then I'm going to peel that transfer right up, and you can see how cute. I love this, and y'all, if you've been following me for any bit of time, you know I love snowmen. So I'm just coming in with some chalk paint now, and I am creating some snow all around our little snowman friend, and just going to kind of make it a little bit heavier down at the ground area where he is situated, and just getting it to where it makes my heart happy. And then I decided to come in with some black chalk paint. I'm going to make our little snowman friend a hat. And you can embellish these as much or as little as you want. You don't have to, but if you choose to, this is certainly an option. So making his little hat, And then I'm going to come in with some other colors in a moment to take care of his little nose. So here I come in with some orange. I think this was my my pumpkin chalk paint. So did up his little nose for him. So he's got his little carrot nose. And then I went ahead and decided I was going to color in his scarf with my red chalk paint. I think this is called Crimson. I believe this one is Waverly. And then doing his little eyes, his buttons, these are all being done in black. And I did decide to go over the letters. Right now they're in that ocean color because it was the space that did not get covered with the white, but I decided to make it black. So there he is, so cute. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 14.
So this is going to be a quick and easy way to add some extra interest to your tiered trays. This is a little cutout that my sister actually had picked up for me at the Hobby Lobby. No, not Hobby Lobby, Michael's, sorry. I believe it was 99 cents and she'd gotten it on sale for 20% off, so it was like 80 cents. And it stands up on its own. I'm using my crystal chalk paint. Once it's all dry, I'm coming in with a metallic blue marker from the Dollar Tree. Now, I started using my metallic blue marker because I thought that the point on this was going to be thinner than the point on my glitter marker, which is also this shade. And this was pretty, but I was thinking, you know what? I really wanted a little bit more of a shimmer to it. So I decided to come back in with my glitter marker, and the point on it was no fatter than the other one. So it ended up, it would have been just fine on its own, but I just went ahead and traced back over it so it would have a little bit of a shimmer to it. I don't think it shows up on camera here, but I really love the way that it turned out.
DIY number 15.
So this is from the Dollar Tree. It's a little sled that I picked up with some white Adirondack chalk paint. We are going to go ahead and give it a good coat. Once it is all dry, coming in with my Mod Podge, and I'm going to give just at the top of this a really good coat. Now I have to give a big shout out to my new friend Deirdre at Our Upcycled Life. I will leave a link in my description box for her channel. You want to check her out. She is awesome. She has literally changed my crafting life with this neat hack because we are going to be taking care of this Mod Podge situation. And if you've ever watched me Mod Podge something like this and struggle with getting all of the edges finished, you are going to love this. So Deirdre, thank you so much. I can't even begin to tell you how excited I am about this. So get rid of anything flammable, you guys. Have some water nearby and light it up. Look at how it goes right to the edge of what you've Mod Podged. Gets right rid of all of that napkin. I just think this is the coolest thing, and it is so satisfying. And so for those little middle pieces, we're just going to take a little knife and pierce it, and you can come right in with your little flame and take care of those little pieces too. Isn't that the neatest thing you've ever seen? I am like blown away. Thank you so much, Deirdre. Definitely check out Our Upcycled Life and tell Deirdre that I sent you. Please say hello. So once you have it all burned away, you just take another little paintbrush, brush off all of the little singed edges, and voila. So now I'm going to go ahead and add my little pull string back to the sled. And then I have this, would you call this garland? I'm not sure what I would call this, but it's a wired garland, for lack of a better term, that I actually took off of a Valentine's Day project last Valentine's Day, and I used the base from the Dollar Tree, but I had formed it into a little bow and I twisted it in the middle a couple of times to secure it. And now I'm coming in with some greenery and some little berry picks that I had left over. It's a piece of a pick, basically. Y'all know I like to tear my picks apart, but I always keep the little pieces because you never know when you might have a mini to make that's going to use it, right? So I am just cutting out my little pieces, and then I'll go ahead with my hot glue and get them glued into place. So just layering them on here. And I do apologize if you hear snoring in the background. Bless his heart. I'm recording this. It's like 10 minutes to midnight, you guys. And he's such a sweetheart. He's here on the couch and he's kind of out cold because he had a really long day. But he's keeping me company. So I apologize if you can hear him sleeping next to me. That is what that noise is. But at any rate, I've got my little silver fun ribbon here from the Dollar Tree that I'm adding on top. I had just done a little tie your shoelace bow and I decided it was too perfect. So I'm coming in with some of my antique wax. Had I to do over again, that did not sound right, but as I mentioned, it's like almost midnight, so please forgive me. But if I had it to do over again, that's what I meant. I probably would have done the antique wax before I did the Mod Podge. It just would have been a little bit easier before I put all the embellishments on, but it worked out. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 16.
So I mentioned that we were going to be doing another Couture project. Now I think this is really cool because with their signs, you can actually wash them off later and put something else on them. So the signs are reusable, the transfers are reusable, so it's really cool. So that was a fuzzing cloth. It was meant to try to reduce the tackiness a little bit so that it's easier to get it off of whatever you're using it on when you're done with your transfer, if that makes sense. So I'm coming in with my white paste. I'm just being very careful, and then I'm using this other tool that they sent me and using some of my green. I've got all of these cute little packets of different colors of paste that I'm trying out, and a little bit goes a long way. So I don't know if you can see, I'm just squeezing a little tiny bit of it out on my little squeegee tool, and then I'm applying it to my design. I was probably a little bit too sparing because you're going to see in a little bit that there were a couple of places where I could have been a little bit heavier with the paste. But again, this was the very first time that I tried to do this ever. So again, super easy. If I was this successful with it, I'm not saying it was perfect because like I said, I probably could have done it a little bit better. But if I was this successful with it the very first time, you know, you guys could do this too. And as I mentioned, I'll have a link in my link tree in the description box if you want to take a closer look. But coming in, I had done the burnt blue, as you can see. I had some red for the little berries and for his little beak. And now this is a silver shimmer, I believe they call it, for the snowflakes. And then I'm just going to peel that right up. Maybe we're peeling. Here we go for the reveal. And look how pretty. I love it. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 17.
I have this pad of paper that I had picked up, I believe, from the Hobby Lobby a while back, as well as a Dollar Tree tag. And I'm going to take out the paper. I'm taking 3 sheets that are complementary to each other, but not super matchy-matchy. So I've got the plaid, I've got the stripes, and then the floral pattern. So I'm going to set those aside for right now, and I am going to get my little tag ready. I'm going to clean up the back because I'm going to be painting the back side of it, but then once I've got that pretty much cleaned up, I'm also going to sand the front part. I'm just putting some parchment paper under there to catch all of the glitter that I'm going to sand off, and I want to make sure that this is relatively smooth because I'm going to be applying some of this paper to it, and I don't want there to be a visible bump in my paper. So I'm going to trace the shape of my tag on the back of this really pretty floral paper. I'll go ahead and I'll cut that out and just get it ready to adhere to my piece. Now I did go ahead and adhere this next. If I had to do it over again, I would have waited to apply this until later, but I went ahead and I got it all lined up. I have my little Dollar Tree double-sided tape here on the little dispenser. I love this stuff so much. So I just gave a generous amount of tape. I was having a little bit of trouble. It wanted to pull up the areas that I had been sanding. I guess it had loosened up the paper fibers on that tag, whatever you want to call it, and it was pulling that up. But once I got to the part that I hadn't sanded, it all came together and all was well. So I got this adhered and I kind of created my own little sanding block. I took a piece of fine grit sandpaper and I wrapped it around a paint stick, and I was just using that to sand off all of the excess along the edges. And then I took my little pencil and I'm poking through the hole in the tag because I want to be able to use that later. With my Waverly chalk paint in plaster, I'm going to go ahead and give this a couple of good coats of paint and just make sure that it is nice and covered. And I just made sure that I let it dry nicely in between coats. And I was also very careful to get the edges. This is why I was saying I wish I had waited to apply the paper, but all was well. I was just super careful. So now I have a Dollar Tree stencil, and I am going to just try and figure out where I want to place all these little butterflies. So I thought at first I was going to put them all down just with the whole stencil in place and just do the butterflies however they lay. But then I ended up moving the stencil around. You'll see that in a second. So I have my lilac, coral, lemon, and light blue, as well as my brushed metal gold paint, and I'm using a sponge brush. Where did that come from? I'm using a little makeup sponge that I have clipped little pieces off of. This is my favorite way to stencil. I have attempted recently using stencil brushes and I'm just not good with the stencil brush. I'm sure it's operator error, I don't know, but the sponges always do a great job for me. I find that what I do is use a very dry sponge, and you can see I've got a little bit of bleeding down at the bottom with the blue. It was because my sponge was not dry enough. So I always try to go dry and then give extra coats. So now I am going to take darker colors of the same shades. So this is a deeper purple, and I'm just coming in with a fine brush, and I'm going to enhance my stencil design, if you will. So I just thought that this might be a really nice way to give a little bit more dimension to my stencils, make them a little bit more interesting. And while I was able to leverage the professional look of the stencil, I'm also helping to add a hand-painted look or element. So I just thought that this was a fun way, like I said, to enhance what had been done before. Now, this is not something I typically do, but I am going to let you watch me paint for a moment. I know some people really enjoy that, and I'm going to try not to talk for a moment. Leave me a comment and let me know if you like this and like it when I'm just quiet for a few moments. So here it is all painted and done, and we're going to go ahead and move on to making a tassel. Now I'm not going to show you how I made this whole tassel because I was a little crazy with my hand movements and it was making me dizzy, so I didn't want to leave that in. But I do have a video where I show how to make a tassel, and I will make sure I leave a link for that in case that's something you're interested in seeing, and I go through the step by step. So once I had my tassel created, I just created another loop with my baker's twine. This is a gray baker's twine that I picked up from the Dollar Tree, and I'm threading it through the hole in my tag, and then I looped the ends through the loop that I had thread through just to attach it all to the top there. And now I am threading that through a wide needle. I think this is some sort of maybe a cross stitch needle or something like that, but I'm using it to thread on some really sweet beads that I had left over from a nautical project I did last year. And once I got those all threaded on, I'm going to go ahead and attach one of those ends. I took one of them out of the needle, and then I threaded one of them through the base of the tassel and then knotted that off. I am now rethreading the ends there into my needle so that I can kind of run those back through the beads to hide my ends. So pulling that all the way through, trimming that off, and now my ends are hidden inside my little beads. And this is all done. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 18.
All right, I had this little sign I picked up at the Dollar Tree. I also have another Dollar Tree stencil. Today is all about doing the stencils, and I have one transfer that I will be doing. It's like a silk screen transfer, but right now I am prepping my little palette, so to speak. I had kind of gotten off the little whisk, and I am sanding all of that down. This is my sunny porch. I believe this one is by Home Decor. It's also a plaid product, and I made sure that I had 2 good coats of paint on it. Once it was all dry, I prepped my stencil. I will be using my little makeup sponge again for this, and I'm going to be using my brushed metal gold paint. So I'm going to just use the dry sponge method. So you saw me patting that off. I started to do that and then was like, you know what, I better tape this down because it was starting to move around a little bit on me, and I figured I'd be better safe than sorry. I am just applying this tape very lightly because I don't want it to pull my paint up later when I take it off. So just dabbing on my gold paint very lightly so that I can try to avoid the bleeding. So you can see there, I'm just going to have to go back and add some additional coverage to make sure that it gets to the depth that I want. And then I am ready to go ahead and peel away my stencil. And I was super happy with how this came out, but it needed something more. So now I have my silver Sharpie paint marker. I believe these are oil-based, though I couldn't swear to it, but they are paint markers, and I am just coming in and giving it a little bit of a highlight on the left side of my letters, and that's really all I am doing here. Just a really simple technique to kind of help the words stand out a little bit more and brighten up my design. And then I decided I was just going to do a dot dash pattern around the outer edge of the piece. I don't know what you want to call this, but wanted to give it a little bit something extra. So I thought that this would be really sweet to just create this little simple border, but you can do whatever you would like. And here it is. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 19.
All right, I have one of these little drawers, boxes. I don't know. I'm going to use it as a stand-up sign, and I've got another piece of the paper that we took out earlier. I'm using our plaster chalk paint again, giving this whole thing, except for the inside, that back panel, I'm painting everything else. I figured I don't need to waste paint on the panel because that's where I'm going to be applying the paper in a little bit. But I made sure I gave this a couple of good coats so that it was nice and covered, good coverage. So now I'm going to figure out, this is all dry now, the whiz of time lapse, you know, the magic of time lapse. That's what I was trying to say. But I'm grabbing my pencil and I'm just going to mark at the edges where I need to clip this so that it can fit inside. And then I'm taking my little paper cutter, I'm lining up with that little notch that I made and running it up to what looks to my eye to be the right height. And then I'm flipping the paper in the other way, and I'm going to go ahead and get that lined up again, get my blade in place, and cut back up to where the two cuts meet. And that is how I figured out how to get this to fit in here. And then I needed to make sure it wasn't a perfect square, so I needed to make sure that I was putting it in there the way it needed to go. I kept turning it like a quarter turn and then it wasn't fitting, so, which is why I have my little Cricut hooky thing there, my weeder, because I kept having to take it out of the box just like that because it wasn't quite fitting properly. So I pulled it out, gave it a quarter turn, and then it fit in there just fine. So now I have my transfer from Couture. This came in the mail today. It was my monthly subscription piece, and so I was excited to see it. I thought it was really, really cute. I'm only going to be using that one image on here though. Maybe I'll do something else with the entire thing at some point, but I'm just using the one little plant because I thought it was super sweet and it was going to fit on here just perfectly. And I believe this is Evergreen Sparkle or Glimmer. I'm probably saying these names improperly. And then I've got this, I believe this is Ocean Blue. Forgive me, you guys. I'm terrible with remembering the paint colors. But I can certainly look it up. If you have a question about it, let me know, and I will be sure to respond to you with the proper color names. But I'm just coming through with my little squeegee and applying the different colors. I've got a light purple, and all of these projects are always for inspiration. You should feel free to use whatever colors you have on hand, whatever colors make your heart happy. This is really just for inspiration. And I love these. I think it's so sweet. Some of my transfer did leave a little bit of residue, so I just came back in with my plaster chalk paint and I'm just giving it a little bit of a touch up. And that was it. This little project is all done and I would love to know what you think.
DIY number 20.
Okay, I have another one of these little, I'm not sure what you call this. It might be considered a frame. It was really cute. My sweet subscriber Rose sent this to me. I hope she doesn't mind that I am painting over the cow. But at first I thought I was going to paint just the inside of this. And then I decided I was going to paint the whole thing. And I forgot to turn the camera back on when I did that. And when I cut out the paper, the striped paper, yeah, I forgot to turn the camera on, but you saw me putting it aside to let everything dry and my paper was cut. I basically just traced it and cut it out. So now I'm using my double-sided tape again to apply this to the back of our little sign. And you can see I didn't paint the back of it because I knew I was going to be applying the paper to it, so there was really no need. And then I'll go in and I will sand the edges off of that as well, just to make sure everything is nice and clean. And when I cut paper down for things like that, I always cut it I err on the side of a little bit larger rather than a little bit smaller, because I know I can always go back in and sand that off. So another Dollar Tree stencil. I decided I was going to cut this one. Hopefully I won't regret it later, but I think it'll be fine because I'll probably use all of these separate anyway. But I wanted this one little one, Be Happy, and it fit in here just perfectly. Cutting up my little sponge again. These little sponges go so far because you can cut them into a whole bunch of different sizes and pieces, and yeah, I really like this. So at any rate, I am also going to be embellishing this stencil design, but first I did have a little bit of bleeding, so I'm coming back in with my plaster chalk paint and I am touching this up. Now I used the plaster for all of these projects because I wanted there to be a theme for this tray, so everything is somewhat coordinated. The only one was the Shine Bright, and I just felt like that needed to be bright and happy, so I made it yellow. But for these other pieces, I really wanted them to come across as a set. So that is why I've got this kind of consistent color scheme going. But I had just touched it up with those little flowers. It was just leaving little dots, 5 little dots for each flower with a yellow dot in the middle. It was coral acrylic paint and then my Sunny Porch chalk paint that I used for that. And then I decided it needed something extra, so it was, you know, that wood tone, and I painted it, and then I decided I needed to put it back. But that was my antique wax. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 21.
All right, I have this little snow globe thing. It's a DIY snow globe that I think I picked up last year at end of season, or maybe even post season at Michael's. I'm getting it cleaned up here. Now I thought about using a large ornament for this, and you totally could, but ultimately I decided to use the snow globe because of what I was doing with the light. But I have a bunch of other supplies. The light was from my stash. I think it was originally from Dollar Tree. I've got other Dollar Tree supplies here, but I'm gonna stuff that little light inside my snow globe and close that up for right now. And then I've got my Dollar Tree little elf legs, cutting off the little not fastener, it's the hanger, yes, because this is actually an ornament. And then I wanted the legs to be going, the feet to be going opposite ways, and they weren't, so I just cut off his little leg, and I'm gonna tuck it back up in there with some hot glue, and no one will ever know that it wasn't like that to begin with. So I've got that put together the way I want it, with the feet going opposite directions, and now I'm just going to secure the snow globe right on top of there. Now throughout this project, I'm going to make sure that I am not interfering with the opening and closing of that snow globe, because I want to be able to turn my light on and off. We're going to have a little glowing gnome here. I was super excited to find this faux fur, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to cut it and how I'm going to cut it. I went ahead and took off the tag there so I could lay it out flat, and then went ahead and wrapped it back around my snow globe again to try and figure out what dimension I needed. I have never worked with faux fur before. I have no idea if I'm doing this right as far as trying to figure out where to cut it. I'm kind of like using my scissors as a comb. If you guys have tips, if you've used faux fur, and I'm sure I'm doing this wrong, but leave me a comment and let me know what I really should be doing with this. But I went ahead and cut off my strip, and I'm going to apply it to the snow globe. And when I do this, I'm going to actually cut a couple of slits here to help it lay flat, because clearly it's flat and my globe is round. So using some hot glue now, and just around the top, I am going to make sure that it's nice and well adhered to the globe. And I just thought that this was so fun. I really enjoyed this project, and I am so happy with how it turned out. I cannot wait for you to see it. So I hope you'll stick with me here. But I'm going to cut off another little piece of the faux fur, to hide the back, or cover up the back, I should say. Finish off his little head with his hair. And this faux fur, I'm trying to remember where I got it. It might have been at Michael's. I think it must have been at Michael's. And I think the original price on it was $3.99. I probably got it on sale because I tend to try to get things when they are on sale. But now I'm going to take one of my socks. These are Dollar Tree socks, and you can see I'm just cutting it off at the top of all the stripes. And I'm going to go ahead and try and figure out how I want to apply it to his little head. And I'm trying to decide whether I want seams, if I want that little heel piece, what I want to actually do with this little hat of his. So ultimately, I decided that I was going to leave that heel in. I think I might be pondering it again a little bit later. Here, I'm trying to decide if I want to make a seam, and I did not. I decided to let it curl up outside of the sock. And I'm glad that I did that, because as soon as I start applying hot glue to any section of this, it is going to remove the ability to stretch it. So just keep that in mind, because I wasn't thinking about it at the time. I just decided that I didn't want to put that solid seam in there. So I've grabbed some fishing line here. I know you can't see it because it's clear, but I had some fishing line on my work surface there, and I just made a slip knot, hooked it over the end of the sock. I'd cut off that toe. You probably saw me do that. And I'm just kind of gathering up the fabric here with that. I wrapped it around several times, and now I'm just tying the ends together and just making sure that that is nice and secure. I am going to use a little tiny dab of glue in a second here once I trim off the ends. So I'm trimming off the ends of the fishing line, a little bit of dab of glue because I wasn't super, oh, I've got fuzz on the hot glue, but I wasn't super confident that that knot was going to stay secure. So just a teeny tiny bit of glue to make sure that that wasn't going to come undone. And I'm kind of like spreading out the little knobby there at the end. I'm not sure what I'm doing now, but I'm going to go ahead and grab one of my little pom-poms. This is from the Dollar Tree, so that whole little set was probably $1.25. And again, fluffing out the end of that to have a flat-ish surface for my pom-pom to stick in. So I just thought it'd be fun to have kind of like a little flowery opening with the pom-pom coming out. And then I am going to, again, decide whether or not I want that heel in there. But I did like the way that it caused it to bend naturally with the little gnome hat. So I don't know. I could have gone either way on this. Ultimately, I decided to leave it, and I'm just going to go ahead and stuff my little hat with fiberfill. So getting all the stuffing in there. And then I'm just going to kind of squeeze it around and make sure that I'm forming it the way that I want it and getting it to a point where I can go ahead and set it on top of his little head. So once I have it to where I want it, stuff some more in there. And again, I'm just going to squeeze it and get it to the right shape and tuck it down over top of his head. Now, once I've got him all set with that, and you can see the sock is kind of rolled up, so it's hiding that cut edge, I've got a little tiny gold ornament that I'm going to be using for his nose, and I'm tucking that in under the hat. It's super snug, and I was afraid that the hat was going to roll up in the back, so I went ahead and I used a little bit of hot glue in a few strategic spots to make sure that the hat was nice and secure. And you can see the hot glue a little bit right now, but once it once it cools, it will be clear, so it won't be noticeable once it's completely cooled. So just making sure that the hat is nice and secure all the way around there. Of course, leaving room for the nose. Now, I noticed he wasn't necessarily sitting up as straight as I'd like, so I took the little knobby from the ornament that I'm using for his nose, and I'm going to glue it to his little bum. So he's going to have a little teeny bum tail, something or other there, just to help him sit up properly. So there you go. So once I've got that done, all of the glue is cool now around his hat, and I'm going to tuck that nose in and secure that with some glue as well. And I'm just making sure that the sock is catching that too. Now I've got another set of socks. I'm going to be using that toe that I cut off, but I've also got these red socks from the Dollar Tree as well, and I'm going to make him some arms. I thought he was super cute already, but then after I was admiring him for a little while, I was like, you know what, dude needs some arms. So so we're going to make him some arms. Cutting off at about the ankle. I'm going to use the top section of this sock now, and I'm going to go ahead and start by cutting along the folds on either side so that I have two sections of sock. I'm having a little trouble with my scissors with this for whatever reason, but going to fold it lengthwise. Try to remember which side is inside out there. And then just using the hot glue, running a bead of glue all along the edge there, and just going to press that down and make sure that it seals. And then while those are cooling, I did that with both of those, I'm going to go ahead and cut my little sock toe as well. I'm going to cut it right along the seam. I'm sorry if you can hear Sammy's collar. There he goes, shaking. So a little ambient noise, sorry about that, because he is of course hanging out with me here. But these little sock pieces, I'm going to do the same thing, just running a bead. This is going to be the little mittens. So once everything is cool, turning the little arms right side out, and then I'm going to be tucking the little mittens right over top of the ends of the arms. So just like that. But I decided the mittens did need a little seam, so I just wanted to make sure that I had a nice clean edge there. I'm not sure why I decided to do it that way, because it's occurring to me now that I probably could have tucked it inside the red little arm instead of outside. So something to keep in mind. Like I could have tucked it into the sleeve and had the sleeve coming down over it, and I had left that good edge from the sock. So that probably could have worked just as well, if not better. So live and learn. It just occurred to me as I was watching this to do the voiceover. So that's another option for you. But I'm going ahead and securing my little mittens to the outside of his arms, and then I'm going to stuff his little arms and mittens. I'm making sure that that fiber fill is getting all the way down into the little mitten. And I'm going to tuck his arms up underneath his hat. And once I've got that where I want it, I'm just going to check him out, and then I'm going to grab my hot glue gun, and I am going to go ahead and seal that right underneath the hat, and just hold that down, making sure that it is secured and that it's not going to go anywhere. I did move some of the stuffing down over top of the red sleeve, just at that shoulder area, because it was kind of showing through his hat a little bit, and I didn't want the red to be seeing through the hat. So I'm just adding a little bit more stuffing in there for the same reason. And then I'll go ahead and secure the other arm. I got a little bit extra hot glue there, so just took a little pencil that I had there that I was using to help me stuff the arms, and just kind of scraped off the excess hot glue. And that is really it. You guys, I am so in love with this little gnome. All you have to do is twist off his little bottom end and turn on the light, and you've got a glowing gnome. And I'm going to show you that in just a second, but let me know what you think. I absolutely love this little guy. Maybe we should name him.
DIY number 22.
All right, I have a piece of Cricut vinyl that I've had in my stash for a while, a little Mary cutout that I got from my sweet subscriber, Rose. I was going to say sweet friend. She is a sweet friend as well. And then I think that little, I'm going to call it box for lack of a better term, it was also from Rose. So I've had them in my stash for a little bit. I'm giving the Mary cutout a coat of Adirondack white chalk paint. While it was drying, I'm taking the little screws out of my little box, like I said, I don't know what you would call this, a shelf sitter? I don't know. But I thought that little piece of paper might have just been tucked inside of there. No, it was glued down. So I sanded it, and then I tried to wipe up my mess, and then I sanded it some more, and then I wiped it some more, and yeah, eventually I got it to where it was nice and smooth and I had a good working surface. So once that was done and it was dry, I went ahead and I lined it up in the corner of my vinyl, and I'm using that grid pattern to cut this out nice and even. I did cut it a little bit larger than what the box required to cover the top surface, but I figured it'd be easiest to do it that way, and that way I can make sure that I have exactly straight edges on all four corners. And I'll show you, or all four sides, and I'll show you that in a minute. But I decided I did not want to leave the box natural the way I originally thought I might. So again, with the Adirondack white chalk paint, I am having time trying to talk tonight. So bear with me. But I did just that edge and then the inner edge. Once it was dry, I did make sure this was dry. I'm lining up the the edges, I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. The ones that I did not cut, the ones that I know are perfect. I lined those up first. When I was using my little tool there, I was being careful because I noticed I was starting to damage the vinyl at the edges. So just be careful of that. And then I grabbed my self-healing mat and my X-Acto knife, and I'm just going to run right along the edge there and trim off that little bit of excess vinyl. And that way all of my edges are perfectly straight and lined up. So now I'm going to drop my little Mary sign on this. I thought this was so cool. I had seen a bunch of different things recently on the internet with this buffalo check kind of plaid in the background, and I just thought it was so sweet. I had to do something like that. And now I am using my, I think it's called pop tape. It's like a foam tape, so it gives your whatever a little bit of a pop because it's going to be a little bit more three-dimensional. And you can see these are teeny tiny little squares. They are double-sided foam tape, and so I'm going to be removing the backing from these in just a second. I would say they're probably about maybe 1/8 of an inch thick. Maybe only a 1/16, but it's just a little bit of a pop to give it some dimension. And I'm going to get this all lined up. The buffalo check is a huge help in making sure that I am even. And now you can see a little bit how it just gives it a little bit of a lift. Isn't that neat? I love this. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 23.
All right, this is a cute little lantern I picked up at the Dollar Tree. I was so excited when I saw this. I've never seen anything like this at my Dollar Tree before. So I'm just getting it all prepped and ready. And I'm going to start out with a couple of really good coats of my white acrylic, this is not chalk paint, this is white acrylic paint. This is Titanium White by Arteza. I just gave it a couple of coats until I had it the way I wanted it. And now from the Dollar Tree, I've got these evergreen ties, and I'm going to be using these. And I don't know why I decided to cut this, you guys. I should have just wrapped it around. I do end up doing that with the top part of this, but for whatever reason, I decided to cut this down for the bottom part. I have no explanation. I really can't tell you why I've decided to do it that way, but you can do it whichever way you want. If you like this way, you're gonna get to see it both ways. But I'm giving this part a little bit of a haircut because I thought it was just a little too bushy for the lantern, especially around the bottom edge. I do actually end up leaving it full for the top part, which you'll see in just a little bit. But for right now, I am working on the bottom, and I'm gonna just piece these around. I guess I thought that maybe it wasn't gonna bend quite enough, and that might like poke out. I don't know what I was thinking. Both ways worked just fine, right? So you can see me bending that edge right there because it was a little bit long for it, and I figured, oh, and that'll help it kind of make the corner and make it nice and finished looking, and I ended up doing that with a couple of them. So clearly, had I just decided to bend it around the entire lantern, it would have worked. And I think that was what kind of solidified it for me while I was working with these little sections. I was like, you know what, I can just wrap it around there. But I've got the bottom done, and I'm trying to decide what to do with these last little pieces that were left over from that first tie, and they're just too small for me to do anything with. And so I went ahead and grabbed another one. And this time I am just going to wrap it. You can see me bending it, and it bends quite nicely at a 90-degree angle. So just going ahead and wrapping it all the way around there. Once I figure out where it needs to be, I can trim that off, and I can go ahead and apply it. Now I do have a larger surface at the top there because I'm not putting it along the inside of that ledge like I did at the bottom. I'm putting it on the very top, and there's a wider lip there, so to speak. So I do have more surface area to play with, and that was partly why I decided to leave it completely full rather than trimming it like I did the other. Now these little pine cones that I am taking off of that little branch, these are from, it's a pick that I'd gotten from the Hobby Lobby. This has been in my stash probably for at least 2 or 3 years, at least. It might be longer. So I've had it for a while, and I'm just pulling off 3 little pine cones, putting them in place, and then once I'm happy with them, I'm gonna go ahead and glue them down. I am very visual. If you've followed me for a while, you probably know that. I like to see things in place before I commit. So once I had them the way I wanted them, I went ahead with my hot glue and got those secured. And now I'm going to do the same thing with some of these little berries. I just pulled these off of a pick that's from the Dollar Tree that I'd gotten probably, again, either a year or 2 ago. And I'm going to tuck little segments of that into where the pine cones are. So kind of amongst the pine cones, if you will. So I'm a little off frame here because I want you to be able to see the close-up part, but when I go out of frame, I'm essentially adding some hot glue to just the little stem tip so that it's enough for it to grab on to something once I stick it in between those pine cones. And it does not take a whole lot of hot glue, just a little tiny dab on the end, and then I'm kind of just sticking it right in there, and it's nice and secure. So once I have all the little berries on there, at first I thought that was all I was going to do, but I decided it needed something. It was just too dark, so I grabbed these little ball silver blingy things. I don't even know what you call that, but this is from the Dollar Tree, and I just kind of pulled it apart. This is one strand. I think it was a strand of 3 initially, 3 or 5 that were together, but I have now completely cut all the little balls off, and I am just tucking them in and around, almost like miniature ornaments. That was kind of the idea I had in my head as I did this. And once I had them all done, I'm all set. Let me know what you think of this one. I think it's adorable.
DIY number 24.
All right, so this is a design that I found in the Cricut Design Studio, and I've printed it out on my Hippo sublimation paper with sublimation ink. Now I've mirrored it, right? Because when you go to put it on your template, you're going to flip it over. And so once you peel that away, you want to make sure that it's right side up. Now this is a Cricut mug. I'm actually going to be doing 2 of these, and it's designed for the mug press and using infusible ink. And sublimation is really just a form of infusible ink, right? So we're going to be infusing it right onto our mugs. But first I'm going to grab my little paper cutter and I'm going to trim these down so that I can fit them onto my mugs. Now I am planning on making these double-sided, which is why I did 4 images, 2 for each mug, but you can make them single-sided, you can do whatever you'd like. But I am loving the Hippo sublimation ink and sublimation paper. I just think this is so cool that you can just transfer whatever image you can print. So as you saw, I did use my lint roller to make sure there was nothing at all on my mugs, and now I'm going to apply my images onto my mugs. I'm using heat resistant tape, so I'm kind of out of frame here. You can't just use any sort of tape. It's got to be special heat resistant tape because that mug press is going to get really, really hot. And if you try to use regular Scotch tape on there, you're going to end up with a melted mess all over your project. So I can kind of see my design through the sublimation paper. So that's helping me to be able to just get this nice and lined up on my mug. And I'm making sure that I'm pulling it nice and snug and making sure that everything is really flat up against the surface. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the other side with the second image. Just going to get that all lined up. I guess I decided to put the tape on first. That was going to make it a little bit easier for me. Getting it lined up and then just wrapping it down and smoothing it out. Now, once I have that on, I'm using parchment paper. You're supposed to use butcher paper. So please use butcher paper. I didn't have butcher paper, so I'm using the next best thing in my own head anyway. And this is parchment paper, and I'm just making sure that I've got 4 layers of it on here because I don't want any ink from my design to leak out and onto my press, onto my machine, because that could impact future projects if I have any ink that gets on the inside of my press. And the press is kind of expensive, right? So I don't want to ruin it. I want to take good care of it. So just getting another piece of the heat resistant tape and making sure that that is nice and secure. So that one is all set and ready to go. My mug press is heated up. I'm going to go ahead and drop it in, making sure that my parchment paper doesn't get peeled up, pressing that down, and then I'm going to go ahead and get the second mug ready while I'm waiting for the first one to be done. Now, fast forward, and this one is done. The other mug is in the press. I couldn't resist. This is still super hot. You really probably should wait until it cools, but I'm being real careful, just using my fingernail to peel away that tape. This is super hot, you guys, so I do not recommend you do this until it's nice and cool, but look at how crisp that image is. I love this. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 25.
All right, I have a mini rolling pin for this next project. I have my Adirondack white chalk paint as well as my crimson chalk paint. And yeah, so I'm giving it my roller a good coat of the white. I'm not so worried about the little handles right now because I'm going to be going over that with red. I thought at first I was going to use the crimson, and then I thought, you know what? I'm going to use one of my paint markers because it'll be easier for me to write on it, and I want it to be the same color. It didn't occur to me that I might have a darker red. This is the Ferrari red. It's a little bit more orange, and I'm working with it, and I'm like, ugh, I don't know, you guys. It wasn't that deep Christmassy red that I really wanted to use, right? It was a little bit too orange. I needed something a little bit more blue. Now, I couldn't get all the way into the edge with the paint marker. That's why I've got that little paintbrush there. And so I was kind of using that to help me get down into the edge. And this little paintbrush, I don't know what it's actually called, but I think of it as like a calligraphy paintbrush. It's like one that suddenly I decided I could draw with, or not draw, but write with, or draw my letters with. Yeah, it turned into a little bit of a hot mess because I don't know if it was the way that I was lifting the brush at the bottom of the strokes. You can't see it here at this angle. You'll be able to see it a little bit later when I'm dissecting my work. But it's not going well at the bottom there. I had corrected the N a little bit, and then I tried the O, and you could see I'm already kind of messing up. Yeah, I was struggling with this. Now I am going pretty slow here, keeping in mind that this is sped up to almost 3 times normal speed. So you can tell, yeah, I don't have a lot of experience trying to write letters with a paintbrush. I think this is definitely the right tool, and with more practice, I probably would do fine. And perhaps on a flat surface, it would be easier. I don't know if it's because this is curved that I was having issues down at the bottom of my letters. And again, you'll see what I'm talking about in a little bit. But I wasn't real thrilled with it. And I wasn't thrilled with the color. But here I'm trying to write it the way I originally thought, and I wasn't being all that careful with where I was centered either. I don't know what I was thinking, you guys. So I was like, all right, well, that N is giant. The rest of it looked okay to me, but again, I wasn't loving the color. And here you're gonna see what I was talking about in just a second with see the bottom of my strokes there? Mess, mess, mess on the ones that I did with the paintbrush. You see that? So I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, is one of these salvageable? Can I just paint over one of them? And then ultimately I was like, I don't like the color of red for this project. It's a very pretty orangey red, but I needed the crimson. So I went ahead and covered up my handles with the crimson, and then I figured, oh, you know, I'll wait until the other stuff that I was just writing is completely dry and I'll go over it with white. Well, best laid plans, it started coming right through my white paint. It was completely dry, but it still started coming through. So I tried wiping it off. I'm like, how do I clean this up? I figured rubbing alcohol, why not? I don't know what I was thinking, y'all. Yeah. Interestingly enough, the rubbing alcohol, even though it didn't take all the paint off, it did something to the chemistry of it. I don't know if that's the right term, but it interacted with it in such a way that it made it permanent. And so I could put my white paint down on top of it and it's not bleeding through now. So you can see it's going much better. Yeah, it was just a hot mess. And now, you know, glutton for punishment, I'm coming back in with a smaller, I'm going to call it a calligraphy brush. I don't know what this really is, but it's a really tiny, thin paintbrush, and I'm using my crimson this time. Again, I should have paid a little bit more attention to what I was doing with the spacing, because now I'm kind of too far over to the left. I'm making my letters a little bit smaller this time, so it's going to be a little off center, but you know what? I figured it'll lend to the charm of the handmade piece. So I'm just going to go ahead and write in Noel, and that is going to do for this one as far as the painting goes. All right, I was not able to find a ribbon that I really liked, and right there I realized I had knocked over, just at a little bit of an angle, my water container with all of my dirty paintbrushes. So I had to pause there and go and clean up that mess that I was making everywhere. So then I came back and I am twisting on my little silver garland here, and I'm going to flip over the ends. Again, I couldn't find a ribbon that I liked for this particular little clothespin. I think ribbon would have been my preference, but the garland is fine, and it's pretty, and it's festive, and it gave it a little bit of a bling, so it's different, you know? I don't think I've ever seen one of these little rolling pins with wired garland on it. So I'm being different. But anyway, let me know what you think of this one.
DIY number 26. I have these little bowls from the Dollar Tree as well as a mop head. I am going to just grab out one of these little bowls. So cute. I'll set the others away for another time. And I'm going to be using a lot of hot glue. I'm going to be calling this mop head yarn, for lack of a better term, because I don't know what else to call it. So as you can see, I put a good amount of hot glue at the bottom, and I am going to be wrapping this yarn around and around. I started at the center of the bowl, and I'm just going to keep making my way around. And this obviously is turned upside down when I started, so I'm just starting with the outside, wrapping it around the entire edge. So once I'd gotten all of the bottom done, I went ahead and started up the sides. Once I've got all of that done, I'm trying to figure out how I want to create my handle. So thinking, and then I grabbed this wire that is wrapped in paper. I got this on Amazon. It's in my Amazon store, and the link to that is in my description box if that's something you'd like to check out. But I am grabbing 3 lengths of the wire. I'm just kind of bending it at the ends where I want to have it end, and then I cut it off. I did trim each of the pieces, and I kind of wove them together in a loose braid, so to speak. And I'm gonna kind of give it some curvature and fit it inside my little bowl using some hot glue on both sides. And then once that's cool and set, I continued on with wrapping my yarn. So now I'm going to wrap it around the handle. I was about halfway to the handle, so I finished getting to the handle, and I'm wrapping it around and around the handle all the way up and over until I get to the other side. Once I've done that, I'll go ahead and continue along with wrapping it around my bowl. Once I have the top edge all done, I'm going to start working my way inside the bowl because I want this completely covered with my yarn, inside and out. So down on the inside, again, a generous amount of glue. I'm just going to wrap it around and around until I make my way all the way into that little center. Once I'm almost there, I'm obviously using a little bit more hot glue, but I'll grab my scissors. I'm going to trim this off, and then I'm going to tuck that little end into the center where there's some hot glue and just kind of massage it until I get it to lay flat and all tucked in. Isn't it cute? I love this little basket. DIY number 27.
All right, I have a bunch of different kinds of yarn and my little eggs. I also have my sisal rope there, my narrow stuff. And I am starting out with just a little bit of hot glue. I kind of brought it up and then to the point, if that makes sense. So using more hot glue, I'm just going to wrap this around and around on itself. And I didn't start with just that little end because I didn't want the end to be sticking out or fraying or whatever else. And so you can see here that I'm kind of wrapping this around and over top of that end. So that's how I decided I was going to hide my starting point. And I'm going to use a little bit more hot glue, kind of just in some key places, and wrap and wrap and wrap all the way to the other point of my egg. Now, you want to make sure that your hot glue isn't too hot because it will melt these little foam eggs. You could also use plastic eggs. You could use whatever kind of eggs you want because clearly we are wrapping this completely and you're not going to see it anymore. So once I have it to the other end, I'm tucking that end in, and just, again, I massaged it to get it to where I wanted it, and it was nice and secure, and that little
end was hidden. So now I'm going to be doing the same thing with some of my other twines and my sisal rope. This one is one that I'd gotten from my friends at burlapfabric.com. And again, just wrapping and wrapping. And as I did this, I thought, you know what, this is so pretty with the variation in color. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to go back later and do something more with the pink. But I was still kind of thinking through what I was going to do on that one. But it did inspire me to double these up. Originally, I was planning on just doing everything solid colors, but I'm really happy that I didn't, because I think that doubling the colors really gives it a little bit more interest. But you can do whatever you'd like. You do you. If you prefer the solid colors, go for it. My yarns weren't super bright in color, so they're a little bit more muted, so to speak. So I think the variation worked well. I didn't want to take my flame to this to burn off the little sisal strands, so that was why I was using my scissors there, because I wasn't sure what would happen if I had the flame near the purple yarn there. But here you can see I am taking my purple yarn again, and I'm just going to create a fun little stripe up and around my pink egg. So then for the next one, I decided to double up with my blue and my yellow. These are both yarn this time. And it's just the same process the entire time for all of these. My other egg, I did yellow and pink. And once I had them all done, you can make as many or as few as you want, but you can see them all there. And then I can just pop them into my little basket if I want, or I can lay them around on my tiered tray, whatever makes my heart happy at the moment. Let me know what you think. DIY number 28. All right, I have this little egg crate that I'd gotten at the Dollar Tree. It had gold eggs in it, I think, at one point. I've got a bunch of colored eggs I'm putting in there. I've got another of my little foam eggs and this microfiber cloth from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to cut off another section, and I'm wrapping my egg. I'm going to have the ends at the pointy part of the egg, if that makes sense. I grabbed a little rubber band. I thought about hot gluing this, and then I thought, you know what, let me just tie it off with a rubber band at the end. And so that was what I did. I figured that would make it as tight and secure as I would need without kind of gumming it up with the hot glue. So once I had that secured, I trimmed off the excess on that end, and then I can pop it into my little egg crate. Now I have some adhesive felt, self-adhesive felt, and I am drawing a kind of a quasi heart shape on the bottom there and just cutting that out. Once I have that done, I am going to take my pink felt and I am drawing some ovals and then some little circles, all of which I will also cut out and prepare to stick onto my little white upside down quasi-heart shape. So I'm taking all these little pieces and I am arranging the little tiny circles around the base of those little bumps, which will be our little bunny toes. I debated doing just 3 on each, and if I had to do it over again, I might have just stuck with the 3, but I ended up putting 4 little toes on for each little paw. And once I had those in place, I then also put the little oval pads. I was thinking that that was, in my mind, the way that a little bunny paw would look, but in hindsight, I probably would have done a slightly different shape. And it really didn't occur to me until I was editing this video and saw the way that it was looking, and I was like, you know what, I probably should have made it a circle or maybe more like a rounded triangle shape. But again, you do you make your little bunny paws the way you want them to look, and at any rate, this is how I had them. So then I put a little bit of hot glue on there. I have a pom-pom, my little white pom-pom sticking on there for the tail. We got our little bunny butt. Just checking to see where I want to place it. And I'm going to peel away, not the entire backing, only about the first, not quite half. So wherever I decided I was going to adhere it, so just enough to be able to adhere it to my little bunny body there. And now I'm taking some very narrow ribbon. I think this is like 1/8 of an inch. I think that's the size of it. But I'm using the little holes in the egg, and I put it in through the outside and then popped it back up through the inside. And I'm going to tie just a regular tie your shoelaces bow, something very simple. I'm going to fuss with it here for a minute just to get it the way I want it and the size that I want it and all of that. And once I have it where I want it, I'll go ahead and I will trim off the ends and I can pop it into my little crate. I'll do that with all of them. And that's it for this project. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 29.
All right, I have a box. It's a box from Amazon, and it is filled with all of these pre-painted little beads. Again, this can be found in my Amazon store. I just thought that these were awesome. The buffalo check, stole my heart as soon as I saw it. And I'm just taking some regular twine that I had in my stash because it was the thinnest without being thread. I needed something hardy, obviously, and the whitest thing that I had in my stash. But you could use yarn or whatever it is that you have that will work for this. And I am just creating a pattern with the white, gray, buffalo check, black. I've repeated that for as long as I decided I wanted it, and now I have a little bunny wooden cutout from the Dollar Tree. I am painting this with my silver lining chalk paint by Waverly, giving both sides a good coat except for the tail, which I am now going to paint with my Adirondack white once my gray was dry. Again, painting both sides of this, and then I'm going to set that aside to dry for a minute while I create a tassel. I am using that same mop head yarn again. I'm going to wrap it around my little cardboard piece several times. I think this piece is about 5 inches wide, I think. But you know what? You create your tassels to whatever dimension you would like. It doesn't have to be exactly what I'm doing. I find that depending on the size of the project, you want to make your tassels larger or smaller. This yarn is very, very thick, so there was that to take into consideration as well. So once I had that tied off at the top with another piece, I created a loop down there at the bottom, and I am going to wrap and wrap and wrap and secure it through that loop, pulling that up through. And I realized I had kind of done it a little bit differently than what I had intended, but it all works out in the end. I have not trimmed off the ends yet. I just decided it would be easier to work with it this way before I trimmed the ends. But at any rate, I'm going to go ahead and trim the ends now. Once those are all cut, I'm going to go ahead and fluff it, get all of the strings lined up, and then I'm going to go ahead, trim off that one end, and trim all of the bottom pieces. Just make sure everything is nice and even, and yeah. Nice and even. Once that is done, I decided to go ahead and wrap that other length around again. So I created another loop through which I could pull my end. Went ahead and wrapped that because I didn't want anything sticking out from the top. Tied that off so everything was nice and tight and not going to come undone. Set that aside for a minute, and I'm back to my bunny. I'm going to create some little eyes for him, just making kind of some relatively large ovals for his eyes. or her eyes. We don't know if this is a boy bunny or a girl bunny. Your bunny can be whatever you want. And then I'm taking some of my vintage Victorian chalk paint, and this is by Home Decor, and creating just the inside of our little bunny's ears. I did the same thing on both sides. Teeny bit of white to make our bunny look alive and happy, and set that aside to dry again. Now I have got my garland, the beads, on my needle still, so I'm tucking that through the top of the tassel, and then I'm going to tie that off. So just wrapping that around the top a couple of times, tying it, and then I'm going to take the needle and put it back up through the well, I guess I decided I was going to trim it first. So I'm going to rethread my needle, and I'm going to take that back up through the first 4 beads, because this is how I hide my end from having tied on the tassel. So just going to work my little needle out, trim off the end, and my end is hidden inside the beads. I tightened up my string on the with all the beads, and now I'm adding my little bunny to the end. I had just looped it, created a loop through there, and then took the end and put it through the loop, and then just tightened everything up. Wrapping that around a few times, I'm going to tie that off as well. And once I have that tied just below the first bead, I know it's a little bit hard to see here with my fingers in the way, but I went ahead and rethreaded the needle, and I'm going to hide it inside there again. Trim off the string, and our little garland is done. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 30.
All right, I have a bunch of this floral wire from the Dollar Tree, as well as some more eggs. Lots of eggs today. I'm going to pull out 6 of these little foam eggs, and then I'm going to be taking some old skewers that I have in my stash that I use for painting. I'm just going to secure the bottom of the eggs with each of these skewers. This is temporary, just so that we can get our little eggs painted. This is crystalline. I think it's called crystalline. It's either crystal or crystalline chalk paint by either Waverly or Home Decor. I think this one is Waverly, but I set them aside to dry in my little floral foam, and now I am taking my wire and I'm wrapping it around, starting at a little below the fattest part of the egg, and wrapping it around and around towards the base. So it's going from wider to tighter, and then I'm going to flip it around and go from tighter up to wider, if that makes sense. And I'm using the pointier part of the egg to create this shape. So it's basically going to have larger circles at the top and bottom, and then it kind of cinches in a little bit in the middle. And I'm going to trim that off when I have it to the size that I want, and make sure my egg will sit in there. And I created a total of 6 of these. Now I've got my Sharpie paint marker in gold. Once my eggs were all dry, I came in and I drew my letters. Now you can hand letter these the way that I am doing, and just create whatever fun little font you want. I kept mine very simple. You could make it as embellished as you want. You could use stencils for these. You could use stickers for these. You do not have to hand letter it. You could use rub-on transfers for these. Whatever you have in your stash that you would like to use, you can use. So I went ahead and wrote out SPRING on each of my little eggs, and then I popped them into the little springs. So I have spring on springs, and I had been inspired by something that I had just seen briefly online. I thought it was super cute, but let me know what you think.
DIY number 31. I have a Dollar Tree scarf that I've had in my stash since last year, actually. And then these are little pieces of wood from Crafter's Square, which is also Dollar Tree. It's a pack of 6, and they are about 7.1 by 2.8 inches. So I am going to give this one a coat of my Adirondack white chalk paint by Home Decor. It's a plaid product. And once that was all dry, I went ahead and grabbed my scarf, and I'm going to find the little section that I'm going to cut out here. And I'm being really careful as I cut around this because there are other pieces of it that I want to be able to use on future projects. And so I just want to be really just careful with what I'm doing here. And I'm clearly using the 4th of July little banner on the scarf. And once I have it all cut out, I'm going to grab my Mod Podge, giving my little wood piece a really good coat. First, I'm just checking out the piece I cut out, I guess, but giving it a really good generous coat of the Mod Podge. And then I'm going to go ahead and set my little piece of fabric down on top of it, get it all smoothed out, and then I'm going to seal it in with more Mod Podge. And I'm going to take the Mod Podge all the way to the edges of my wood piece because I want the whole thing to have a consistent background. This is the Mod Podge matte that I'm using, but even though it's matte, if I don't coat all of it, the paint part will look different. Now, once that was all dry, I have my crimson chalk paint, and I'm just going to kind of do a little bit of a dry brush. Some of it's drier than than other parts, but kind of just giving it a little bit of interest all the way around. And I don't want it to be a solid band. I suppose I could have done a solid band around, but I kind of wanted it kind of rustic, if you will. And then this is my Arteza acrylic paint, and I believe this is the phthalo blue, and I am just doing the same exact thing, going over the whole edge where I did the red and just trying to get some of that blue in there. So I've got my red, white, and blue going on, and that was it. Now I am just going to take a couple of wood beads from my stash with some hot glue and create a little way for this to stand up on its own. Super simple. And I've got my little stand that stands up all by itself for my tiered tray. Let me know what you think. DIY number 32. All right, I have had these cans in my stash for a really long time, and I've been dying to do something with them. So I've got a project for one of them. This is my ocean chalk paint, and I'm gonna give my can just one really good coat of paint. And I'm flipping it over, I am painting the bottom, which is actually going to become my top for this little project. Once it was all dry, I've got my crimson chalk paint again, and I am going to draw just the number 4 on the front of here. Now, if you are not real comfortable with kind of doing it by hand the way I'm doing it, you can use a stencil, you could use a sticker, you could use, if you have a vinyl cutter, you could cut out vinyl for this, whatever is going to make you happy. You might be able to use tape to just kind of tape off the areas and then paint them by hand. But there's a lot that you can do here. You don't even have to paint the number 4 on it. You could paint little fireworks on here if you wanted to. You know, just use this as your inspiration and use your imagination to create something that is uniquely yours. So once I had my 4 painted, I am going to come in with a nail and my hammer, and I'm going to just start hammering in a whole bunch of little holes all in the top. And then, so showing you how I've got those going on, just hammered in my nail until it was about halfway in, and then kind of twisted around and pulled it out again. And now I am carefully gonna go around and create holes in a circle pattern all the way around my number 4. Just be real careful when you do this. You don't want to smash your little fingers. And yeah, and the can does roll, so if you have some sort of a vise you can put it in, that might help. And then as I got towards the bottom there, there wasn't enough support, so I'm kind of sticking a piece of wood in there to try to help support my can so it wasn't kind of bending into itself, because it got a little bit more challenging to bang those holes in towards the bottom. The piece of wood I was using wasn't quite large enough, I guess, and so I was struggling a little bit, but you know, where there's a will, there's a way. And then I remembered this neat hack that I saw. You know, you have the little clothespin that holds the nail, so it keeps your fingers out of the way. And then it also gave a really great way for me to kind of leverage the clothespin to pull the nail back out again. So that was fun. Now I've got my Adirondack white paint again, and I'm just going to use this to trace around the 4 first of all. As I was doing all of my little holes, I felt like the 4 was just kind of getting lost. The dark red against the dark blue, you just couldn't see it. So I wanted to help make it pop, and I did that by outlining it with the Adirondack white chalk paint, just using a really tiny little brush and taking my time. Remember, I always speed up these videos. This is sped up almost 3 times, so just take your time and, you know, be patient with yourself. And then I was taking some more of the white chalk paint and just giving a little bit of a white edge to each of the holes that I had nailed into my little piece. And that's really all there was to this project. And then I went ahead and I grabbed a little candle and I turned that on, and now I've got a little kind of lantern. Let me know what you think. DIY number 33. All right, I love these little mini rolling pins. These were $3.99 for the set of 3. I got them at the Hobby Lobby. I've had these in my stash for a while as well. And I've got my crimson chalk paint out again, and I'm just going to paint, I'm going to call it the body of the rolling pin. So I'm going to leave the handles the natural wood tone for this project. You can certainly paint them if you choose to, or you can paint them a different color, but I'm just going to give the body of the rolling pin, so the rolling part, one good coat of the crimson chalk paint. And then once that was dry, I grabbed my Sharpie marker in silver, and I believe this is an oil-based paint marker. It is paint, so I'm kind of trying to get it going again because it's been a while since I used it. And it's got one of those tips that kind of mushes into the pen itself to kind of get the paint going. So once I had that going, I am just going to hand letter this again. And as I said before, if you are not comfortable just doing hand lettering, you can certainly use a stencil, you could use stickers, you could decorate these however you wish, but I chose to hand letter this, and so I did just a regular straight capital letter font for the boom, and I'm doing a cursive font for the y'all. Boom, y'all. I just thought this was so cute. I saw this saying on a t-shirt online. I was like, I'm going to put that on my little rolling pin. And I decided I wanted to give it some fireworks. So I just kind of put some little dots in the middle and then some streaky stripe thingies coming out from it with little dots at the tips. But as I was doing this, I was like, you know what, they need a little bit something more. So I was thinking about it as I went, and then I just ended up adding a lot more dots around them, and then they looked a lot more like little fireworks. And I just thought that it was so sweet and fun. So once I was done with that, I grabbed out some ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and this is just a red, white, and blue stripe that I have, and I cut off a length. I would say that the length was probably, if I had to guess, about 8 inches, because you guys, you know, I am really bad about measuring things. I tend to do everything by eye, but just tied a little knot around the
handle of the rolling pin, and I'm kind of moving that as close to the body as I can, and then I'll trim off the ribbon in just a minute, but went ahead and did the other side. And what I like about putting these little ribbons on the way that they are is they help to support the rolling pin and keep it from rolling, so you can make sure that your words or whatever you have on it is positioned in such a way that it can be seen the way that you want it positioned. Hopefully that makes sense. So just trimming off the ribbon, and that is going to be it for this cute little project. Would love for you to tell me what you think of this as well. Oh, I'm going to show it to you close up. There we go. DIY number 34. All right, I have this little wood panel from Plaid, and I'm creating my own homemade gesso. I had looked up this recipe online. It's 3 parts baking soda, 3 parts cornstarch, 1 part glue, and then 1 part acrylic paint, and then enough water to get it to the consistency that you want it. So I've got 3 tablespoons of the baking soda, 3 tablespoons of my cornstarch, and then I did a tablespoon of the glue, and I'm doing a tablespoon of the paint. That's just a regular folk art white acrylic paint. And I'm like trying to stir it. I got my little popsicle stick. I'm trying to rinse off my little measuring spoon. Mixing it in, I just put a little bit of water in. You're supposed to get it to the consistency of pancake batter. And I thought, hey, you know, this is really great if I can make my own gesso. I have been starting to get into paint pouring a little bit, and I've got a whole series that I'm planning on doing with that. So more to come on that. Really excited about it. But one of the people that I follow, her name is Olga Sobi, and she had let us all know that we need to use gesso on wood panels to kind of protect the paint, because with the wood you could have like natural oils or whatever that come up through the wood. So anyway, made my own gesso because I didn't have any. And as I started trying to apply this to the wood, it was like the wood was sucking all the moisture out of my concoction here and leaving me with this paste on my paintbrush, and it was just kind of glopping up on top of my wood panel. And I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. And I kept going back to try and see if it was something, you know, with what I had in my mug that I mixed it with. I just sprayed it down with water thinking, well, you know, maybe the wood needed to be wet. Maybe I missed that part, you know, about how to treat wood. I was kind of at a bit of a loss, but of course, if you followed me for any amount of time, you know I tend to be a little bit determined, and I find a way or I make a way. So it was a little bit better after I had sprayed it down, but I was still getting all of this clumpy stuff. But I did my best to make it work. Struggling a little bit here. So I'm not sure that I can recommend the at-home gesso recipe. I did, after this project, go ahead and order some off of Amazon. But at any rate, I went ahead and I let it dry. Now I am sanding it, which I understand is what you're supposed to do with regular gesso as well. I haven't tried the one that I ordered yet, so I'll have to compare, you know, and hopefully it doesn't do this. But went ahead and tried to apply another coat thinking, oh, you know, it might be better now because I already have one coat on. Yeah, no, it wasn't any better. So then I started pouring it on, as you saw, and spreading it out, and that actually worked better, but it was also a super thick coat that I had on here now, and I don't know that it's supposed to be that thick. So again, not a fan of the homemade gesso recipe that I found. If you have a homemade recipe that works for you, I would love to know what that is. So I hope you'll leave me a comment and tell me more about it. But I have my Arteza paints in the red
the blue, that's the phthalo blue, and then this is a silver metallic. And I had also mixed up, I have some Amsterdam titanium white. And all of these are available in my Amazon store if it's something you want to check out. I mentioned that I'm starting to get into this. I have a video that's going to be coming up that I'm going to show you, first of all, everything that I ordered to get myself started with the paint pouring. So stay tuned. I'm going to get that out for you guys as soon as I can. It's all recorded. I just have to get it edited and figure it out with my schedule. But I'm using a hairdryer, yes, a hairdryer, to blow the paint around on my wood square, and just making sure that my surface is completely covered. And this is after I had made sure that I sanded the gesso and made sure that my surfaces were all smooth and wiped down and prepped, so to speak. And now I just made sure that I had all of my sides covered with my paint. And then I realized, oh, I forgot to put this up on little platforms, because when you work with paint pouring, you don't want it down on your surface because it'll end up just sticking to your surface. You want it kind of elevated. So I've got these little cute risers that I'd gotten, and then I just torched it with my little blowtorch. You guys, I'm really getting into the paint pouring. So I've got several projects I've already done. I cannot wait to share them with you guys. But I used the phthalo blue, the silver, the red, and these are all mixed with water only, except for my white. My white that I am now puddling around the other colors in the center there. The white also has some paint pouring medium in it. And they're all mixed to a thin consistency. So this is what I'm attempting to do, a Dutch pour. I didn't do real well with the Dutch pour. I have way too much paint on here. So like I said, I am learning. I am slightly obsessed with the paint pouring at the moment. The reason I included this in this video, and it's red, white, and blue. Yes, this is this month's minis. This is Hometown Pride is what I called it, because I wanted people who participate from different countries to be able to do things that weren't necessarily red, white, and blue, but were representative of their patriotism. So the reason for the paint pouring is that my hometown of Lambertville is a huge art community. We have all kinds of galleries and antique shops, and so this is just a nod to my hometown. And so my little bit of patriotism, but hometown pride thrown in. So I wasn't feeling what I had done with this, blowing it, and yeah. So now I'm just kind of trying to move it around, trying to kind of salvage this somehow, because I honestly was feeling like it was a bit of a hot mess. Like I said, I am learning how to do the Dutch pours. Yeah, they make it look really easy, and I'm starting to get the hang of it, because like I said, I've done several pieces now, and I'm gonna be happy to take you along with me on my journey if it's something you would like to be a part of. So as I mentioned, more to come on that, but I am just kind of letting this move side to side. Eventually it stopped moving, which meant to me that I didn't have enough paint on there for it to move any further. So yeah, and in a second I'm going to show it to you up close. I think there's like a fire-breathing dragon in the middle of the design, but let me know what you see and let me know what you think of this. DIY number 35. All right, I've got more wood pile items, $3.49. I believe this one was a pack of 4. Might have been a pack of 6, but I think it was a pack of 4. And I've got my Dollar Tree scarf again. I am going to cut out the Home of the Brave piece. And again, just being real careful to cut around the edges.
Now here I was trying to decide whether it really needed a white background on the wood because I want to do a different treatment with the wood. Ultimately, I decided that it really did because it helped the words to pop a little bit better. It's kind of hard to tell on camera, but the scarf is relatively sheer, and so up against the wood, it kind of just dulled out the white. It wasn't super white when I put the fabric down. So doing the same treatment as the other sign. I had, once everything was dry with the paint, applied my Mod Podge, really generous coat, and now I am just smoothing this down with the fabric and going to apply more Mod Podge over top, doing exactly the same thing that we did before. But now, once all the Mod Podge was dry, I've got my baby wipe, I've got my antique wax by Waverly, and I am gonna go over just the wood part. Now, because it has the Mod Podge on it, it doesn't take to the surface the same way that chalk paint does. So I'm just doing a light coat, and then I'm going to go back over it with a couple of additional coats until I get it looking the way that I want it. So just letting it dry a little bit in between and then going back over it. And actually, to be honest, I don't think I had to wait very long for it to dry. By the time I finished one side, the other side was really reasonably dry, so I just kept going. So just kept applying it round and round until I got it looking the way that I wanted it to look. And so it just kind of gives it that nice wood finish, and it matches the middle of the sign, which is what I was really going for. I wanted it to feel a little bit cohesive there. So now I've got my little wood beads out of my stash again. I'm going to, well, attempt anyway, to get this to stand up on its own. Unfortunately, because the sign is a little taller, these little beads were not sufficient for it to stand up on its own. As you can see here, it does not want to do that. It's just going to flop over. So I went back into my stash and grabbed a piece of a dowel that I had left over from another project, and I'm just trying to figure out where I can place the dowel underneath the little beads to help it stand up. So not very far around the beads. Hopefully you could see where I put it. I just hot glued that, and then it was good. Good to go. Cute little stand. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 36.
All right, I have some self-adhesive felt and then some fabric that I think I might have gotten from the Dollar Tree, but to be honest, it's been in my stash for a while and I cannot remember where I actually got it. I think it might have been Dollar Tree, but it might not have been. So forgive me for having such a poor recollection, but I'm trying to figure out how I want to cut my triangles. I want 3 triangles. I want them to all be the same size. So eventually I folded my fabric in half, and then I folded up that one strip, and I'm just cutting right along the fold that I've created. So I've got one long strip here, and then I'm just going to go ahead and fold over the end and cut it at an angle from corner to corner so that I've got a triangle. And then I'm going to do the same thing. I thought, well, maybe I could cut right along there. I was like, nope, I'm just going to keep folding it and cutting it the way that I just did. So from corner to corner on the diagonal, and I did that until I had 3 triangles. So I'm going to go ahead and do that one more time. Now you can keep going. If you want more than 3 on your banner, by all means. I just knew that I had something specific I wanted to do. I only needed the 3 triangles, and so that's what I did. And so they needed to be kind of trimmed up a little bit. So I started to try to do it with my scissors, and then ultimately I was like, you know what, let me get out my self-healing mat and my rotary cutter and my little straight edge, and I'm going to go ahead and just cut them like that. And then I put them all on top of each other so that I could make sure that they were all going to be the same size. And I think my rotary cutter needs a new blade because it wasn't cutting through quite the way that I'd hoped. But now I've got my self-adhesive felt. This is the backing of it. Clearly I had tried to use it for something else and then opted not to. So that's why it's cut all those, I think they were bunny ears that I had drawn on the back of this. So I'm just, you know, using it for my letters now. And I didn't bother to erase what was there. So I'm just kind of going over it. Now, I am making sure that these letters are mirrored. That is why my S looks like a 2 right now, because it's going to be flipped over, right? So this is the back of it, so I want to make sure that it's mirrored. Fortunately for me, the U is going to look the same frontwards and backwards, and the same thing with the A. So the S was the only thing that I really had to think about and work at and make sure it was reversed. So once I got all of the letters all drawn out, and again, if you don't want to do by hand, you can certainly use a stencil for this, right? I'm sure that there are stencils that are easily found with block letters or whatever type of letters that you want. So you don't have to feel like you have to do it by hand. I tend to do a lot of my stuff just by hand because I don't want to have to deal with a stencil, to be perfectly honest. But I went ahead and got those cut out, and then I am going to be placing them on my triangles. So once I had those all set, I went ahead and I peeled off the backing that I'm going to show you in just a second. Here I've got my U. Yeah, just lining it up on the triangles, just making sure that they all fit properly, right? So pulling off the backing and then adhering it right to my triangle. And I'm trying to keep it close to the bottom point of the triangle because I'm going to be folding over the top part of the triangle in just a minute. And I want to make sure I'm leaving enough room to be able to do that. Now the A was a little bit more challenging because the A gets wider at the base, and so it wasn't sitting as low as my other letters, so I kind of trimmed off the top of it a little bit. Still wasn't quite the same height as the other letters, but that's okay. So now I flipped them over, and I flipped my U and my A, so they were in opposite order because, again, this is, you know, backwards now, right? Hopefully I'm making sense. So the U is on the right side right now, the S is still in the middle, and then the A is over on the left side, because when I flip these over again, then they'll be in proper order. So I'm just using my jute cord that I have from a roll that I'd picked up at Walmart. Clearly I'm hot gluing it across the top and folding over that edge and just creating my little banner here. Now I did realize afterwards when I flipped it over that I've got these spaced pretty far apart. They are spaced about 2 inches apart, and when I flipped it over I was like, they're too far apart. I wanted them closer to each other. So I went ahead and trimmed off my jute cord. I just got it to the same length on either side, trimmed that off, and then I was like, you know what, I'm going to tie knots in this because I really didn't like having that big gap between my letters, especially since I want to hang this on my tiered tray and I didn't want it to be too long. So just went ahead and tied a knot in it, just pulled the little flag through the loop of the knot, and you know what, it worked just fine. So tucked the little flag through there, you can kind of see what I'm doing, and just creating a knot in between, and it completely filled up the gap and gave it a little bit more interest with the knot there. So it kind of all worked out well, but let me know what you think.
DIY number 37. I have this cute little box, I'm going to call it, from my sweet subscriber, Rose. I guess it's kind of like a shadow box frame thing, maybe, I don't know. Pretty versatile. But I was taking off that little label and I am painting it with some of my black chalk paint. And as I was doing that, I realized I hadn't taken off this little metal doodad. I don't know what you would call that. It's like a label holder or something or other. I don't know. Embellishment. But I went ahead and took that off. I did not bother to fill in those holes. The paint actually did cover it up pretty well. If you want to be a little bit more perfect with it, you could fill this in with spackle and then sand it and paint it. I did not take the time to do that this time, but I did pull out my Joy, and I'm running into the Cricut app right here. You can see I'm using it on my phone, and I am looking for something for New Year's, because my theme for this minis challenge, it was anything goes, but I decided to do New Year's in celebration for the upcoming new year. And I had seen something online that inspired me to do a little sign with "Kiss Me at Midnight." So I did find something that was already in the Cricut design space, completely designed for me, and I am just adjusting it a little bit there with my app so that I can get it to the right size. You saw me measuring my little tray, for lack of a better term. So now I'm going to go ahead and cut that out, and I love this because it shows you exactly what it's going to cut with each of the different colors. It shows you which color it's doing at each time, and you can certainly use whatever colors you choose to use. It had a little update it wanted to do, and then I was off and running. So I connected my Joy. I let it know that I was using smart vinyl, which does not require a mat. It will run right into the machine. So you can see it here. It's cutting out my black. More on that in just a second, because I'm sure a lot of you have already realized what it took me a minute to realize. And then I cut out my red and my silver. And here I am looking at the black, getting ready to weed it. And I'm like, Corie, your background is black. Why do you have black to put on black? So I grabbed a little scrap piece of gold, and if you're ever wondering why I'm keeping all these little scraps, this is exactly a case in point why I keep my scraps. And some of you might be noticing my jewelry. I actually had gone into the office that day. It was my first day back into the office since everything that's been going on for my day job. But at any rate, I went ahead and recut on the gold, that little piece. And so see, that's why I keep all those little scraps. Those mats are fantastic. You can line it up exactly like you need it. And so of course I'm keeping that leftover piece that I just cut off in case I ever need a little piece like that again. And I am going to go ahead and I'm going to trim off some of the excess vinyl from my red and my silver. Makes it look like a funny shape, but hey, it works for me. I did not use registration marks with this. I probably should start doing that, and I can show you all how to do that if you don't already know. But it just helps line up your designs. I did not do that. I eyeballed it. Honestly, it didn't occur to me until I was starting to put it together. I was like, oh, you should have done that, but I didn't. So I salvaged extra vinyl instead. So I've got it all weeded out here, and I'm just kind of looking at how it's going to be pieced together. I grabbed a piece of transfer tape that was going to be larger than all of my vinyl pieces combined, and that's really important because you want to make sure that you can pick all of it up together. So I am removing all the backings off of here. I'm doing these one at a time. I did use the back of the transfer tape film to just make sure that that was adhered really nicely. I'm looking at the image on my phone again just to make sure I know how to put this together. I'm going to use a little bit of tape on the back of this to keep it in place so it's not popping up or moving on me as I'm trying to yeah, like I was trying to avoid there, right? But just trying to keep it still while I try to line all of this up. And again, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. If you used registration marks, those are basically little marks that you would have on each of the vinyl pieces that you would then be able to line up. If you have interest in seeing how I do that, go ahead and leave me a comment and I will make sure I incorporate it into a future video. But I'm just starting, I started out with my silver, as you saw. I added my red, and now I'm going to add in my little gold piece. I'm going to go ahead and add some tape to the back of that one as well so that it doesn't move on me. And I'm going to go ahead and line it up. And I'm making sure that the backing for my transfer tape is behind it so that my vinyl doesn't end up sticking to my table surface, right, as I'm applying all of these. And then I'm also using that to kind of protect it as I'm removing the extra backing so that I can put my hand on it and not mess up my design. All right, so once I've got it all together, I'm going to transfer it over onto my box, which is now completely dry. I'm just going to line that all up, make sure it looks centered, and once I have it where I want it, I'm going to burnish it really well. Just make sure that everything is nice and rubbed down and adhered, and then I can go ahead and peel back my transfer tape. And voila, there it is. I think this is adorable. Let me know what you think. DIY number 38. So starting out with these champagne flutes, I have some rubbing alcohol here that I am just going to use with a paper towel to wipe down my glasses really well. And I'm back in the Cricut app again, and I'm going into the texting mode. I'm selecting a font. I am trying to remember what it was. I will show you in just a second what that font was, so bear with me. But I was looking at a couple of different fonts. I was messing with it and trying to put my letters together the way that I wanted them. And this one wasn't really doing it for me, so I went back in. I did mess with it for a little while. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that I liked this font the most. So I went ahead and I doubled it because I have two glasses. And now I'm going to go back in and do more text, and I'm looking for the font. It was Quirky Script. That's what it was. I'm using the same font again, Quirky Script, and I am going to be creating a different decal for another project that I'll show you in a few minutes, but I wanted to just cut them both at the same time, or cut them all at the same time. So I went ahead and got this one set up as well. It's Cheers to the New Year. I moved all of my letters closer together, and now I'm moving my lines closer together. This app is fantastic. It makes it so easy. You saw I was able to center everything. Now I've got it ready to cut. I'm going to be using my Smart Vinyl again and just running it right through my Cricut Joy, and it's going to cut all of that out for me. So then I go ahead and I weed everything, and that's basically just removing the vinyl that you are not going to use. So for this particular project, I am taking away the actual letters because I'm going to use these as stencils, or so I thought. Never a dull moment when you're crafting, right? And there always is usually a plan B, possibly a plan C or D. But once I had these all weeded, I went ahead and got them onto my transfer tape. And then I was able to go ahead and apply them to my glasses. And I did them on a little bit of an angle, and I did that purposely because I didn't want to have to worry about them being completely straight. And so this way it was a little fun, a little quirky, and I didn't have to worry if it wasn't, perfect, so to speak. So I went ahead and made sure those were all smoothed down using my little burnishing tool there, and then I pulled out this sparkle paint. Now I thought this was going to be an opaque silver paint with a glimmer to it. I started applying it here and I realized it was completely transparent. It's basically just like almost a clear paint that has glitter in it, and that just wasn't going to work. So I went ahead with some black paint. These are my folk art paints by Plaid, and I went over it with the black, and then I went back over it with the glitter. Now, this is where plan B had to come in because it did not work. It just wasn't sticking to the glass. Now the paints that I used supposedly are meant to be used on glass, but when I pulled up my stencil, it pulled pretty much half of the paint up with it. So back with the rubbing alcohol, and I am cleaning off my glasses. So once I had that all off, I came in with my Sharpie paint markers. These are oil-based paint markers. I believe I got them at Michael's a while back. And yes, I am going to hand letter these, you guys. I wasn't sure how these were going to come out. Writing on glass, for me, is a little bit of a challenge, but I was actually pretty pleased with my end results. So I had come through, and then I'm coming back in and doing the faux calligraphy trick on it. And thank you so much for all of the feedback on my
ask as to whether you would be interested in seeing a hand lettering tutorial. So I have heard you. It is on my list to do, so I will make sure I get that done. Now, if hand lettering is a little bit too intimidating for you right now, all I'm doing right now is a whole lot of little dots all over the bottom half of the glass, like it's champagne in my flute, like little bubbles, right? Anybody can make dots. So if you want to skip the celebrate part and not do the lettering, you can still decorate these flutes by just adding lots of little bubbles, and you can make it whatever color you want. Now at the base there of the glass part at the top of the stem, I'm just putting a little stripe. You don't have to do that. You could decorate these however you want. You could put little hearts all over your glasses. And now I'm just trimming the bottom edge of the, what do you call that? It's the base of the glass. And now my second glass I did in silver, and I'm doing the exact same thing, but I'm doing it in silver. But my point is, you can make these whatever color you want. You can make these, you know, with all different designs. Use your imagination, but they'd make a super cute gift as well. Let me know what you think. DIY number 39. So here is the vinyl that we cut out before with the Celebrate stencils that kind of failed, but I'm going ahead and I am weeding all of this out, and I'm going to transfer this onto this cute little bucket that I've had in my stash forever. I'm honestly not sure where I got it from. It might be Dollar Tree, but for some reason I feel like my sister might have given it to me. I could be wrong. I'm not sure where it came from, but I am adhering it here, and I adhered the top part and then I adhered the bottom part on the edges just because this is tapered and it made it a little bit more difficult to lay flat. I'm just using some plastic garbage or shopping bags. So there we go. And then using these awesome little crystals that my sweet subscriber Rose sent to me. Thank you again, Rose. This is my fake ice. I've got my little ice bucket for my party, right? So I love this. Let me know what you think. DIY number 40. All right, so I got a bunch of scrapbook paper. At first I thought I wanted to use the stripes, and then I decided it'd be really hard to line those up. So I'm going with a couple of pieces of paper that have polka dots, and then this other one that's almost like galvanized. I'm going to show you a little hack. This is one of my little spatulas. I'm just creasing the edge really well and then using the side of it to tear my paper rather than cutting it. That way I know I have a super straight line. So now I'm going to create a little cone, and this took me back to my much younger days. When I was a little girl, I used to love making hats like this, but they were princess hats, and I used my mom's sheer scarves, and I would tie a little knot in the scarf and poke it up through the top of the hat and let it cascade down, and I just thought I was a pretty princess. Oh my gosh. But anyway, I'm using double-sided tape to secure this, as you saw, and then trimming off the excess. And this is something fun you can do with the kids too, if you know, if you have the inclination. But I did the same thing with the other sheets of paper, and now I have little chenille stems, but these are sparkly chenille stems, and I'm tying a little knot in the bottom of it and doing similar to what I used to do with mom's scarves. And I started wrapping around my fingers. I did not like the shape of that, so I grabbed my Sharpie marker and I twirled it around that. I just wanted to have something fun at the top, but I didn't want to make pom-poms. You certainly can make pom-poms and put those on. You can use store-bought pom-poms. Decorate these however you would like. Now this is some tinsel also from my sweet subscriber Rose, my sweet friend. So I'm attaching that to the bottom of each of these hats with some hot glue, just a small bead of hot glue. Just be careful not to burn yourself. I probably should have on my finger protectors that Sarah sent me, but I was being careful. Then trimmed it off with my wire cutters, and there it is. And I did the same thing with the other two hats. And you can make these even smaller if you wanted to, but I think these are super cute and fun.
DIY number 41. Okay, I have dice from the dollar store and my white Adirondack paint. I've had these in my stash for a while. I'm excited to be doing something with them. There we are. They are nice and white. And now I'm just using a black Sharpie. Now, you could use stamps. You could use stickers. You could use a vinyl cutter if you have one. I had thought I was going to use stickers and then I couldn't find the right kind for what I wanted to do. So I ended up drawing it on. It is not perfect, but I think it's whimsical and fun. So I've got my 2, my 0. I'm going to do 2 more 2s because we are coming into 2022. Can you believe it? What a crazy, crazy year we've all had. And we thought 2020 was interesting, right? Oh, so here is to 2022. Let's hope for some better news, better days ahead. But here it is. Let me know what you think. DIY number 42. For this project, I have some leftover pieces of paint sticks that I had cut off for other projects. And you can see they're all different, varying lengths. And I am using my Dollar Tree sanding block to just get them cleaned up a little bit. And now I have a couple of craft sticks that I'm going to cut down to create little brims here. So my paint stick was kind of flying on me, but I managed to snag it back. So they were a little bit too wide, so I went ahead and cut them down the middle as well. And I'm just getting them all lined up. I'm using a straight edge here because I wanted all of my hats to be the same. So I'm really just eyeballing it more than anything else, but I'm doing my best to keep them all the same. And I apologize if you hear what sound like bells jingling. I've actually got Sammy here with me as per usual. So if you haven't been following me until recently, Sammy is my little pup. And he hangs out with me all the time when I'm crafting and when I'm editing my videos, and sometimes he can be vocal. But at any rate, I went ahead and painted the bottom part of this right up to the little brim with Adirondack white chalk paint. And then, as you saw, I had grabbed a few clothespins to hold these up while they were drying. It occurred to me that I was coating all of the sides and I wasn't sure how I was going to do that. So the clothespins came in handy. Now I am coming back with my black chalk paint by Home Decor. And I am obviously painting the little hats on these now. And I was just being real careful as I went around the sides and the back and just made sure that my lines were nice and straight. And then I put them right back in the clothespins to dry. So that actually worked really well. Neat little hack for you. But once they were all dry, I am now using one of my Arteza paint markers. This is an acrylic paint marker. You can use different brands, but I happen to have Arteza. And I am drawing little eyeballs. So basically drawing a circle and then a little bit of a crescent to leave a white spot area. It might be a little hard to see here. I'm hoping it's going to become a little bit more visible. But essentially you want to leave a portion of your eye white. And then I'm coming in with my bright orange, also by Arteza, and I'm doing little tiny circles, and they get gradually smaller as they go out to the tip of his little carrot nose. So hopefully that makes sense. So just little circles, they get gradually smaller. So now I pulled out a few things from my stash that my sweet subscriber Rose had sent to me. And I tried out those little stickers with the snowflakes, and they were too big for this. And then I had these letters, or yeah, letters. And the first set was a little too small. The next set was a little too big. I needed something that was just right. So I ended up hand lettering it because I didn't have any stickers that were going to be the right size. And I didn't want to pull out my Cricut or anything like that. I didn't want this to be too complicated. So I am just doing block letters. I apologize that my big old hand is in the way there and you can't really see what I'm doing exactly, but essentially just making regular letters, taking my time, drawing the letters, and then making them thicker as I go. So just regular block letters. And once I had that all done, I was going to come back in with my Aleene's tacky, I think it's called tacky glue. It's just you could use regular school glue, it doesn't matter. But I am adding some glue, and again, I know it's hard to see here, but I'm adding some glue to the tops of my letters and to like the little crevices of the letters. And I'm adding in white glitter. Now, a funny thing happened with this glitter. I do not know why, but it turned like a reddish color. I don't know if it was some sort of a chemical reaction with the glue. I mean, it was white when I put it on there. You can see how white it is. And yeah, it ended up turning color when it was dry. So I have pink snow, reddish snow instead of white snow on my little snowmen, but I think it's still cute. So hopefully you'll like it too. But once I had them all coated with glitter, I went ahead and knocked the rest of it off onto my parchment paper. And this allows me to put all of that excess right back into the container. And I love that the parchment paper is already creased because it just makes the job that much easier. So now I'm going to stack my little snowmen together so that they can sit upright. My little straight edge was not fat enough, so of course I'm using my sweet tart box because why not, right? So, and I am doing this up against a straight edge because I want these little guys to be able to stand up on their own, right? So we want to make sure that they are all flush at the base. So hopefully that makes sense. But coming in and gluing them at the seams, and then went ahead and added in a pretty generous amount of additional hot glue because it didn't seem like they were going to hold real well. So I went back and at each seam at the back, I added a nice dollop of hot glue. Once it was nice and cool, they were all set. Aren't these cute? I love them so much. So when I was done, I decided I really thought it needed something more. I had that one snowman that was a little bit taller than the rest of them. So I pulled out this fabric that I'd picked up at Walmart. It was $4 for 2 yards, and I thought that was a really good buy. I really like this fabric a lot. I can see myself doing a lot of different projects with it. In fact, I've got another one coming up shortly where I'm going to use this fabric again. So I just cut off a strip. It was probably about 8 inches long and 2 inches wide, and just tied it around his little neck. DIY number 43. So I am using these little Dollar Tree gnome head pick things, as well as a clear ornament that I had actually gotten at Michael's, I believe. It was either Michael's or Hobby Lobby. It was end of season. I'm always getting stuff on clearance or at least on sale. So it was probably $1, maybe $1.50. So I had cut down the pick, as you could see, and I took off the little head of the ornament. And so hopefully you're kind of getting the idea that I'm going to be building a gnome here. But yeah, this was interesting. I needed to get rid of that little nubby, and I kept progressing. You guys are going to think I'm insane. Yeah, my miter saw. But you know what? If I am nothing else, I am determined, and we got that little nubby off. And so once I had it off, and I probably should have just used my glue gun, and melted it.
I don't know, guys. You know, where there's a will, there's a way, and sometimes my way is a little bit bizarre. But anyway, got it off, sanded it down a little bit. Word of the wise, you might not want to use a heat gun on this because, yeah, I totally melted my ornament. So, uh, yeah, that'll just be the back, right? So that was the body. I used crimson chalk paint on my little body. And now I am using some gray adhesive felt and I'm just drawing out some feet. Now I did double it over here so that I can have two layers. So it'll be felt on the top and the bottom. This is sticky. So I want the two sticky layers to come together. So I'm just kind of trimming them up and making sure that they are the same shape, etc. So I took off the backings and now I'm just going to apply them together here. So once we have that all set, I'm just going to make sure I trim off any excess edges. So I'm going to go ahead and apply my little gnome. I had brushed all of his little furry hair out of the way, and I'm going to apply a pretty generous amount of hot glue here, if I can get my glue to go down into the gun. And so then I'm going to pop on the little ornament and just brush his hair down over. And now I'm going to go ahead and add him to his little feet. So just a healthy amount of hot glue on there, set his little bod down, and he is standing. So here is that fabric again, and I am just trying to figure out how wide I want to make it to make little arms. So as you can see, it's probably again about a 2-inch width, but I do have it folded over because I want two arms, and I made them probably about 4 inches long. I did just cut that in half. And now I'm going to fold them right side in. So inside out. Inside out? Yes, inside out. So I can go ahead and create seams. And then once those are dry, or not dry, but cool, you know what I mean. I'm going to go ahead and flip them right side out. And if you have something small like this, you can grab a pencil or something like that. A dowel would work as well, and just roll it through like you saw me do. Now I'm stuffing it with a little bit of fiberfill, and once I have the little arms stuffed, I'm going to go ahead and apply them to his body. So I had just flattened the one end of the arm and sealed it up with hot glue, and that's the end that I am applying just underneath his hair there. So now for his little hands, I've got some more felt, adhesive felt, and I was attempting to draw a mitten and I didn't like what I did. So good thing about pencils, you can always erase, and good thing about the back of this felt, you're going to throw that part away anyway. So I went ahead and cut off a piece that I could fold in half because again, I'm going to be doing front and back to his little mitten hands. So just like we did with the base, I'm going to be doing a front and back for each of his hands. So once I had that the way that I wanted it, and again, I cut out the front and the back, I went ahead and I traced those two little mittens so that I would have a right hand and a left hand. Got it? So I wanted 4 total and wanted to make sure that each pair matched, so they are mirrors of each other. So then I went ahead and got his little hand ready. So I sealed up the end of his arm, and over that I am going to be applying his little mittens or his little hands. So I'm starting on one side and applying it, and then I'm going to take the other and just adhere it to the other piece and kind of sandwich his wrist in between. And then I'll do the same thing on the other side. He's got such a flat back because of my melting issue. But there he is. I think he's so cute. Let me know what you think. DIY number 44. So I have these wood ovals from the Hobby Lobby. I believe they were $2.99 for the pack of 2. I've got some fabric. I've got little Dollar Tree Christmas tree, Dollar Tree little mini present ornament things. Actually, I'm not even sure that they're ornaments. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be, but I thought they were super cute. And then I had some pics there. So I'm just taking some parchment paper and I am fashioning somewhat of a template. I wanted to make sure
that I had an idea of how large that was. So I'm cutting out a little bit of a pattern, but then I folded it in half and I cut it down more because I want to create like a little rug. So I just wanted to kind of have the right shape, and I don't know. I'm sure that there are better ways of doing this than what I just did, but it was the way that I did it. So I went ahead and cut out a piece of the fabric, and then it occurred to me I probably should go ahead and prepare my wood so it could dry while I was doing other things. So I kind of ignored my fabric there for a second, sanded down any of the rough patches, and then I am using my Waverly Antique Wax with a baby wipe, and I am just going to make sure that I've got the wood piece completely stained, front, back, sides, all over. Set that aside to dry, and then I went back to my fabric. I'm just cutting out around my little pattern that I had created so that I have my little rug for the little scene that I am going to be creating. Not sure why I decided to show you so much of me cutting, but there we go. So now I am taking my green fabric. This is a little bowl that I've turned upside down because I wanted a circle. So I just took a pencil, and it was just dark enough for me to be able to see it on the green, and I cut it out. And then I'm folding my circle in half like 3 times. I'm going to trim off the ends just to make sure that they're all even so it's a really nice perfect circle. And then I'm going to cut off the tip right here. So right there, I cut off the tip so you can see there's a hole in the center. And then I'm going to clip it so we have a little tree skirt. Did you see that? So basically create a circle, you cut out the middle, and then yeah. So I pulled this ribbon out of my stash. This is a Dollar Tree ribbon, and I am just going to run this kind of like rickrack. Oh my gosh, is rickrack even still a thing? My grandmother used to use rickrack. I think my mother even used rickrack. I'm like having flashbacks to the 1970s and some of the clothing that I was dressed in. But at any rate, oh, now I'm aging myself. But I applied that to the edge of the tree skirt just to make it nice and cute. And now I am just setting my little pieces on my platform, so to speak. So I'm coming in with this pick, and I was cutting these little balls off, and then I realized I could slide them right off of the pokey things. So once I had them all prepared, I'm using a little bit of hot glue, and I am applying them to my tree like Christmas balls. And this only takes a tiny little bit of hot glue, and you can tell I was getting too much of it, so I was kind of sharing the hot glue. I'd put it on one, rub some of it off on another, and apply both of them at the same time. So just needs a teeny tiny little bit of glue, and it worked like a charm. And I just thought that this was so adorable and really, really happy with how it was turning out. So once I went ahead and had as many balls on there that I wanted, I grabbed this other Dollar Tree ribbon that I had in my stash that I thought looked a little bit like a garland. So I added some hot glue to the tip of that, added that to my tree, kind of stuck it in there, and then I went ahead and I wrapped it around the tree, or twirled the tree and held on to the garland so that it wrapped. And then, so I did it from tip to base, and then I just secured it at the base with some more hot glue. And I just glued it in a place where it wasn't noticeable. I know it was kind of hard to see there where I'd glued it. I reapplied my little tree skirt. I've got my little scene going on, my little white rug, and now it's time for the presents and just getting it ready for Christmas morning. So just adding those on, gluing them down where I want them. And I just think that this is so sweet. I love this so much. It makes my heart happy. So the one final touch, I came back in and I was pulling off some more of these little, I don't even know what you would call them, little, I'm going to call them beads for lack of a better term. And I pulled off about 6 of them so that I could create a little silver star. So again, hot glue, just gluing them together one at a time, just adding them around the center bead. And you could use beads for this if you wanted to. There's no reason why you couldn't. It doesn't have to be this styrofoam glittery stuff, right? So whatever you might have in your stash, I'm sure you've got something that you could use. And then adding some hot glue to the tip of my tree and applying my little star. And this one is all wrapped up. Love it. DIY number 45. So we've got a couple little gingerbread men. I'm showing you my Sunny Porch chalk paint and my Java chalk paint, which is like a chocolate brown, like a dark chocolate brown. I am sanding my little gingerbread men to get them ready, and we're going to start mixing some paint. Now, I was hoping that the yellow would get me to the color I wanted, but it didn't. I needed more orange. So I went ahead and added some of my pumpkin chalk paint until I got the color I wanted. There was quite a bit of mixing that went on here, you guys. It was not as quick as it looked. But, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. So I had tested it. It was a good color for me. So I went ahead and gave my little gingerbread men a painting. Now, the neat thing about these, and actually my sister had picked these up at Michael's. The little design is etched into them, so you can see that you can still see it once they're dry. So I'm using chenille stems. Oh yeah, and I got the googly eyes out of my stash. I've been dying to use these. I think I've had them for like a year and I've not had an opportunity to use them. So I pulled those out, and then I also pulled out some cute little buttons. Those are from a jar of buttons that I'd gotten from the Dollar Tree. And now I'm going to use chenille stems to outline my little gingerbread guys wherever you would normally expect there to be icing, right? When you ice and decorate your gingerbread men, I'm going to be using chenille stems. And I love the chenille stems because you can bend them any which way you want, and they're nice and fluffy, so it's easy to hide the ends. And I did find that it was easier to cut this down in little pieces rather than try to force it to go in and out and back and forth. And so you can certainly do that if you choose, but my recommendation is to cut it down into smaller pieces. I think it's just easier to manipulate and easier to get it to do what you want to do with it. So I'm just going to continue to go around his little body, getting him all handsome and decorated. Just a little bead of hot glue, just following the design that is already laid out on the little gingerbread men. And then I went ahead and added in his eyes. It's just a little bit of hot glue. And then I did the same thing with his buttons, added those in with some hot glue. Then I finished off his little face with a little red smile and some little cheeks, literally just a teeny piece of the chenille stem that I had curled around into almost like a ball, and applied that as well. And then went for his little bow tie. So I'm essentially making like a figure 8 shape that's got corners to it, for lack of a better term. I think that's the best way I can describe it. So you just kind of form a figure 8, wrap, when you get back to your starting point in the middle of your figure 8, wrap the tail around the middle a couple of times, and then you can clip it off. Just applied the little bow ties and they were done. I think these are so sweet. DIY number 46. So for this project, it's going to be quick and easy. This is a chalk couture project. I am in love. You know, the chalk couture is super simple. It's easy to do. And you know what? I honestly feel like these look store-bought when they are complete, and you know, when there's no operator error on my part, because I have, you know, I think this might only be the 3rd time I'm using it. So, you know, I had a learning curve for myself personally, because I don't know. I did make sure that I fuzzed it. That was putting it on that little green mat up top. So I had missed that step. I'd forgotten that I needed to do it. And in past projects, and so I did it this time, and
it worked like a charm. So there, I almost forgot again, right? So I'm going ahead, I'm fuzzing my little pieces, I'm applying them to my sign. So those little stars, I decided I was going to put on either side of the Christmas trees. You could put them over top of the Christmas trees. You could not use the stars, whatever you want. And this is the copper shimmer that I'm using for the stars themselves. And it just goes on with this little squeegee. So it's similar to stenciling, but not quite. So I peeled that off, went ahead and reapplied it on the other side, did the same thing. I'm using the olive shimmer on my little Christmas trees. And then I used the shadow shimmer, which is basically a black shimmer, on my Merry Christmas. And I found that a little of this went a long way, and these transfers can be used over and over again. So while they seem a little pricey at first, when you think about how many times you can actually use them, they're actually not that bad. So now, once it was all dry, I grabbed a couple of large beads, wooden beads from my stash, because I want to create a little stand for this so it'll stand up on its own. I'm sorry that the angle is bad here and you can't see where I'm gluing it, but I'm basically gluing it kind of at the top of the bead and between where the bead meets the cutting board. So once it's all dry or cool, I flipped it back upside down and I'm adding some more glue underneath, and I'm going to hold it upside down so that while it's hot, the glue kind of conforms around the bead to give it extra support. And here I am like blowing on it and willing it to be cool and waving at it apparently. But I think this is so sweet. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 47.
All right, I have a whole bunch of little tiny ornaments. Some of these are from Dollar Tree, some of them are from Hobby Lobby. I had them all in my stash, and yeah, this is going to be one of those projects where it's do as I say, not as I do, because I was struggling with how to do this at first, and it took some figuring out in the beginning. I have a little wood round there. I believe that's from Dollar Tree. I think I had like a pack of 6 of them, and I'm not sure what it was from. I just know it's a circular wood piece, but I'm going to use it as my base. Now, I was sectioning these off into little groupings that were going to be receding, right? So I'm going to be creating a tapered Christmas tree. And I thought, well, maybe I can try and tie them together. It wasn't working. I know it doesn't look that bad from this angle maybe, but from the front it just wasn't working. It was like a garbled mess. So, garbled mess, whatever that word is. So I went ahead and started to glue them to the little base, and that ended up working a little bit better for me. And then I started in on my second layer, and I quickly realized that I really needed something in between the layers. So I went into my stash and I pulled out this, I want to say beaded garland or pip berries. I'm not sure what you want to call this, but berry garland, I think. Anyway, I took a couple of rounds of the berry garland and I was using that in between the layers. Now, the other thing that I was thinking might work really well if you have decreasing sizes of wood rounds, that could be really pretty too in between your layers of the ornaments. But the little garlands, the wire garlands, provided just enough support for me between the layers that it worked out just fine. So I had glued the little garland down, and I did that with each new layer. Glued that down and then added in my next layer of little ornaments. So once I got to the top, I had those 3 there, and then I did not actually use a garland for that last one. All I had to do was take the little cap off of it, flip it upside down, and tuck its little stem inside. And then for the finishing touch, I used one of these little Dollar Tree glittery stars that I think it came in like a pack of 6. And I'm very happy.
DIY number 48. All right, so I have some jingle bells. I've got my jute cord twine and a whole bunch of fabric. Turned out that I didn't need the jute cord twine because I didn't realize that that was actually a garland of bells, but we'll get to that in a minute. For now, I am just ripping my fabric to pieces. So if you just clip the end and pull and tear, you can have really straight lines with your fabric. So it's just a neat little trick, and it makes your little edges nice and frayed and a little bit more rustic if you like that look. So here I am opening up my bells and discovering, oh, it's a garland. I don't need the twine. I can just use the garland. So I went ahead and started tying on my fabric strips to the bell garland, and I was alternating the colors. I had a white, the buffalo check white and black, and then the hunter green. At first, I was just putting a single strip of fabric in between the bells, and then I felt like it was looking a little bit sparse. So I did eventually go back and add in one of each color between the bells. So there were then 3 strips of fabric. You can see here I'm already doing it between the bells, and that was a much better look in my opinion. So I just continued to work that around, and I just think this is so easy, so cute, something anybody can do, and you can really make a statement with it. I love it. Let me know what you think. DIY number 49. All right, I have these spindles that I got on Amazon. I'm using just one of them. It was a pack of 6, but I actually got 7 of them. I think it was just a mistake. And then I also have these wood trays, also from Amazon. I will have these in my Amazon store, which is linked in my description box. And I'm just measuring everything and making sure that I have an idea of what I'm doing here with these. But I'm going to start out with my antique wax, and I am going to give this a coat just to help it blend in with the wooden trays. And I believe the trays were 8-inch and 10-inch trays. So now I'm going to take a piece of parchment paper and kind of create a template, because I want to find center on this octagon. And to do that, I'm going to you saw me kind of smooshing it in there to get the shape or the edges, and I'm cutting that out. Now I'm going to go ahead and fold this several times. You can see it's already folded through the middle once from the original piece of paper or parchment. I'm going to fold it several times, going in different directions to try to help me find the center. Where all of those lines or folds connect, that's my center. Now I'm going to take just a regular nail. I'm going to knock it right through there. That's going to be my starting point. Now, I really hesitated to do this because I was afraid I was going to mess up these trays. These are really nice and heavy. They're about 3/4 of an inch thick on the bottom. So yeah, I started out with a smaller screw bit. And then I kind of worked my way up. I did work my way up a little too fast. You can see I have the box underneath there because I want to make sure I wasn't going to drill through my table. I also ended up having to change out the battery on my drill. I couldn't understand why it wasn't working real well. Yeah, the battery was dying, but at any rate, I was working my way up slowly with the bit sizes until I got to a point where I could fit my spindle in there. And now I've got just this regular wood, what would you call this, a wood square, and I sanded it down as you saw, and now I am going to just find center on this as well by going on the diagonal from corner to corner, and I am going to drill through this as well. I forgot to turn the camera back on after I changed the battery out on the drill. I gave that a coat of the antique wax as well, so I'm sorry that I didn't record that footage. And then I also glued it down with my Gorilla Glue. You saw me holding my Gorilla Glue there. I was just checking to see how long it takes for this to set up. Once it was sufficiently dry, I went ahead and started piecing it together, but I decided I wanted to have feet on it because I do have, you can see it sticking out through the bottom there, and you can see how it kind of
splintered on the bottom. That was because I used too large of a drill bit too quickly. And I'm just trying to find it and make sure it's level here as well. So I went ahead and filled some of that in with the wood glue. It is on the bottom, so you're not going to see it. And then I also glued down all of those little wood beads that you saw me coating with the antique wax as well. So really simple way to make a tiered tray. This is honestly very solid. I am really proud of this little tray. It is so sweet. Just kind of glue all of the pieces together here. I waited for my little feet to be a little bit dry so that I wasn't going to knock them off, because they will knock off pretty easily if you don't do that. And then just pieced it back together again, made sure everything was level and all set. And that's really all there was to it. I'm going to line everything up, make sure my octagons are lined up, and that's it. Let me know what you think of this sweet tiered tray. DIY number 50. All right, I have from the Dollar Tree, well, the paint isn't, but the glass little globe, and then this school glue, and then I've got my Lost Lagoon paint. So I just squeezed off a bunch of the glue into the bowl, container, whatever you want to call this. I don't know if this is a vase. It reminds me of a fish bowl. And I'm just using a paintbrush to mix the paint into it. I wanted it to be relatively sheer. I honestly probably put in a little too much of the paint. I have too much of the glue also, but I'm going to show you what I do to get rid of the excess here. Once I have all of the sides of my fishbowl covered, I just kind of scooped out the excess and wiped it off on my parchment paper. And then now I am taking my jute cord. This is something I had picked up from Walmart, and I am finding a length that will work around the top of the bowl, but then also leaving tails, if you will. And my tails are probably about 12 to 14 inches long. So they're about, I would say, 3 times the height of the bowl, if that helps. And now I am just going to be cutting off additional lengths that are the same length when folded in half as the tails. Hopefully I'm making sense here. You'll see in a second why I'm doing that. But I believe I cut off an additional 6 strands there. And now I'm going to tie them by looping them through the larger loop. So I'm just going to let you see what I'm doing here. So I'm folding them in half and I'm looping them around. So folding it in half, getting it in there, tying it through the main loop. All right, so all these strands are hanging off, and I've got a total of 7 of them, I believe. So now I'm going to start taking these strands that are next to each other from separate knots, and I'm going to knot those together. Very, very simple. And I'm going to do that all the way around, taking the 2 that are next to each other from separate knots and knotting them together. And I'm just going to keep kind of pressing it down. I could probably have taped the top loop to the top of the vessel. That might have saved me a little bit of a headache, I suppose, and then it wouldn't have been moving around on me. So now that I'm watching this, that would have been a good idea. So feel free to tape down that top round if it will help you just kind of keep things in place. But you're going to work your way all the way down. Just keep doing exactly the same thing. So once you get all the way around the first row, you're going to drop down to the next row and tie the strands together again, the ones that are next to each other from opposite knots. And then once I got to the bottom, I went ahead and I pulled everything into the center. You can see just there, I've got that scrap piece there. I decided it was too short for what I wanted to do, so I cut off a longer piece, and I'm going to thread it through each of these little triangle diamonds. There you go, they're diamonds. Threading it through each of those at the bottom, and then I'm going to be pulling it tight and just
getting everything gathered there. I don't know if this is the way that you're supposed to do this. It's the way that I chose to do it. If you know a better way to do this and to finish this off, feel free to leave me a comment and let me know what that is, and I might attempt it again and show everyone what the right way is. But for me, I opted to do it this way, and then I just trimmed off all of the extra. Now it will not sit flat because it's got that little thing, but I kind of like it kind of at an angle. But let me know what you think of this piece. I think it's so fun. DIY number 51. This is going to be super quick, super easy. This is a piece from the Dollar Tree. Clearly it is an anchor. And I am going to start out with a paint marker. I'm going to fill in with black all of these areas that have been, I'm going to say laser cut. It's not the ones that are completely cut out, but you can see there's kind of a design on the anchor itself. And so I'm filling all of those little areas in with my black paint marker. And once I have that done, I'll be coming in with some other paint. I'm just going to take my time, work my way through each of these little sections. This is something you honestly could do with your kids, with your grandkids. Let them use their imagination and color it however they would like. And these also light up. I think that's why it's got that kind of thick double wide thing going on. For whatever reason, however I did it, I managed to lose the little light that was in the back of this one, so this one won't light up for me. But I have another piece I'm going to be showing you in a little bit that does have the light in it and will light up, and I'll demo that for you in just a little while. But in the meantime, getting this all done and getting all of the pieces colored in. And now I have the silver. This is brushed metal silver. This is I believe this one is folk art. It is a plaid paint, just a regular acrylic paint that I'm doing in silver. And it's kind of like a gunmetal color. So keep in mind that when I do these projects, it really honestly is for inspiration, and you should use whatever colors make your heart happy. So I am doing this in silver, filling in all around. I'm doing everything except for the rope that comes around the anchor there. And so I'm just being real careful to try to keep away from the rope. And now for the rope, I'm coming in with brushed metal gold. This is also a plaid paint, and just coming in and making sure that the little rope is all painted and getting that done all in the gold. And to be honest, you guys, that is it for this one. I'm just going to finish up with the gold paint, and my piece will be done, and it'll be ready to decorate my tiered tray. Goes to show you don't have to always do something that is super involved to have cute pieces for your trays. DIY number 52. All right, this is from the Dollar Tree. Actually, all of those ribbons are from the Dollar Tree, and I picked out one that I wanted to use with this little planter from the Dollar Tree. I'm gonna go ahead and take off the jute cord that they have wrapped around the top. I'm using my heat gun because that was glued on there pretty solid, but once I warmed it up, I was fine. Just be careful because obviously it's metal, conducts heat, and you can burn yourself if you're not careful, but I warmed it up just enough to be able to get that off of there. I'm going to go ahead and take out my ribbon, and I'm going to adhere this to the top of the, I want to call it a bucket. It is a planter, technically, I guess, but just using some hot glue to secure that around in a couple of different places. And then I'm also going to be doing it around the bottom of the planter as well. So just
a couple of little dots of glue here and there. Again, just be careful because the metal does conduct heat, so you want to be aware of that and be careful not to burn yourself. Tucking under the ribbon end so it has a nice clean edge, and adding a little extra glue there and pressing that down. And then, like I said, I will go ahead and do the bottom of the planter as well. So once I have that all done, I'm going to take my paint marker, and I just wanted to give this little starfish a little bit extra emphasis, or definition. So I'm just tracing the bump outs. This is, I believe they call this debossed, so it's bumped up. And I am just going over the edges of the bumped up parts of the little stars to just help them stand out a little bit more. Because I think these planters are super cute. I just feel like they could be bumped up just a tad, given a little bit more definition. So that's what I did there. And then once I have that the way that I want it with the embellishments, I'm going to be grabbing a bunch of seashells. So here we go with that. Where are my shells? There. And I've got my starfish as well. So I've got my starfish, a bunch of shells that I had in my stash. These are also from the Dollar Tree. The starfish is not. The starfish I got in a pack a while ago from, I believe it was Home Goods. But I am stuffing down a shopping bag in the bottom because I want to kind of fill up my, I'm going to call it a bucket now. I'm going to fill up my bucket so that I don't have to use as many shells. So maybe the top quarter of the bucket I am adding in my shells, covering up that plastic garbage bag, not garbage bag, shopping bag, and just placing all of my shells around my starfish. So my starfish is now able to stand on its own. I'm going to kind of twist this around a little bit so that it's facing forward with the starfish on the front of my bucket. Now this is just a piece of foam core board. You can totally do this with wood. I decided I was just going to use a piece of foam core board. I don't know why, I just decided that's what I was going to do. So I'm cutting it down to just make sure all of my edges are even. This is cut down to 3 by 7. And once I had the rectangle cut down, I'm going to go ahead and angle off the edges. So I'm using the diagonals on my cutting mat and just lining up my ruler and cutting off that corner, and then I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to do the same thing with the other side, just making sure that I've got it all lined up the way that it needs to be. And I'm going to cut that off as well, so I'll have kind of a little arrow going on. So there's that. Now I'm taking my antique wax and I am going to make this look like wood. So again, if you don't have extra wood pieces, or you don't want to be cutting them into arrow shapes, or you don't have an arrow from the Dollar Tree and you want to be able to create something like this, no reason why you can't use a piece of foam core board, right? And I am going to make it look like wood. So using the antique wax, I'm kind of running my fingernails through it there, give it kind of a little bit of texture, not texture so much, but make it look like wood grain a little bit. Once that was dry, or mostly dry, I'm coming in with my Adirondack white chalk paint, and I'm just using a dry brush, trying to give it a little bit more character. And then I'm coming back over with my baby wipe that I used with the antique wax and just knocking that down a little bit. So I just kind of continued to blend that back and forth until I had it looking the way that I wanted it. And then once I was all happy with that, I went ahead and I grabbed out my white paint pen, and of course you saw me air writing. I'm very visual, so I kind of do the air writing first just to make sure I know where I can put all my letters, and then I went ahead and wrote that out. Now I went back in and I was making the letters thicker, but as I was doing this, I felt like the paint marker was picking up some of the antique wax, and the letters were not as white as I wanted them to be. They weren't as bright. Now, I think it's hard to tell on camera, at least in the little frame that I'm watching as I do my voiceover here. It looks pretty white to me on my laptop, but in person it was just kind of muddy, and I guess you could call it a cream color, but it was like a dirty cream color, and I wasn't happy with it. And I thought, well, maybe if I go over it again, it'll brighten it up, and it just wasn't getting to where I wanted it to be. So once I had this all thickened out, I did go ahead and I grabbed out my white folk art acrylic paint, and I started trying to use this brush just to go over what I had already done. I didn't really want it to be wider than this, but ultimately I was like, you know what, this isn't working the way I'm trying to do it. I need to use the brush the way that it's created. So it was a little bit wider than I had intended, but it ultimately worked out really well, and I was happy with the brush strokes that I was getting here, and I was really pleased with it. So just taking my time and going over all of my letters again, and again, you can't really tell as much here on the screen, but in person it made a big difference in the color, so I was happy. But just making sure that I don't close in my letters too much. So I want to make sure that we know that that's an A, and that I don't lose the center of my A, and then the same thing with the H. I just was trying to be real careful, but you can see with my brush strokes, I'm just going in the direction that works best for creating the letters. So not necessarily the way that you write them. Keep in mind we are drawing the letters, right? So once I had that done, I pulled out, this is a piece of dowel I had left over from another project, and I was sanding it down trying to make it sharp, and then remembered I had a pencil sharpener in my little drawer there. So went ahead and sharpened that, and I stuck it in the bottom to make my little sign. I'm using some hot glue so that'll remain stuck in there, getting that all set, making sure it's secure. I did get some paint on the back of it, but I decided, you know what, it's just going to add to the charm. And then I'm sticking it down in my bucket with my seashells. And that's it.
DIY number 53.
Okay, this is a piece from the Dollar Tree. This is also from the Dollar Tree. It came in a pack of 5 or 6 different little sayings. Now you can see it says Hello Fall. Clearly it is not fall. We are not doing fall projects. We are doing summer projects. So I am just going to cut off the part that says fall. I am after the hello. So I scored it a bunch of times with my X-OXO knife, and then I was able to just kind of break away the pieces once I got it scored enough. So you might have to go over it several times. This is like a balsa wood. I think that's the right term for it. So it's relatively thin and it scores pretty easily. And so just breaking that off once I had that scored properly. And then I'm going to go ahead and take my sandpaper and make sure that everything that I cut is nice and smooth and sanded. Once I had that all set, I went ahead and also sanded my little wood block. You can see I took the hanger off of that, and I'm giving this one a coat of Summer Porch. And that's my home decor. And then my hello is getting a coat of my Adirondack white. So just making sure everything has a really good coat on it. And then I will start piecing it together once everything is dry. This is my foam tape from the Dollar Tree. I'm cutting one piece into a bunch of different little pieces, and I'm going to stick this on the back of my hello sign. Now the reason I'm doing this, I wanted it to have even more of a three-dimensional kind of feel to it. So the foam tape, I mean, it's not super thick, but it's maybe 1/8 of an inch thick, I would guess. And so it's just going to have it raised up off of the surface of my little mini sign, just enough to give it a bit of a shadow, and I just thought it would be fun. So I'm going to go ahead and place that at the top of my little sign. And then I will take my pencil, air drawing again, figure out where I want my letters, and then I'm going to write with my pencil summer. So hello summer. Now you can tell I'm going super slow because this is sped up again almost 3 times normal speed. So just take your time and you can do this. Now this is a shade of pink that I had mixed on my own a while ago. This has been in my stash probably for at least a year, maybe longer. So I don't recall the exact colors that I used to mix it, but my guess is that I used red and white. That would be my guess. Not sure if I would have added anything else in there, but the great thing about paints is you can mix a bunch of colors together to get exactly the color that you want. So use your imagination and experiment. And I'm just going to continue to go over all of these letters with the pink paint until I have that all completed. And then once I have all of the pink letters on, you can see I kind of ended up closing in my little loop on my R there. And my M's got a little tight in places. So I just came back in once it was dry and used my yellow and cleaned that up a little bit. So just adding back in the little opening for my R loop there, cleaning up around the M's. And that was all there was to that. So then I grabbed a couple of little flowers out of my stash and I was trying to decide which one I wanted. I ultimately decided on the blue. And then I thought it needed a little something more, so I grabbed some greenery that was way too big, so I just cut it down. So I got all those little leaves together, I trimmed it down, and then I took another look at it, and I still wasn't super happy with it like that, so I decided just to use a couple of the little pieces that I had trimmed off. So I've got the little flower there, and just grabbing some of the pieces I trimmed, and that was what I liked. So I got 2 little leaves there, and I'm going to stick them in with the flower. So clearly I'm using the little hole there, and that's where I'm sticking the little bud tip of the flower down in. So I used my hot glue. I thought maybe that was going to be enough for all, but it was just enough for the leaves. So adding a little bit more and tucking my little flower bud piece, the little bottom of it, down inside the hole. And that's it.
DIY number 54. All right, this one's going to be another really quick one. This is the one that has the light in it, so I will show you that at the end. But right now, I am just going to use my paint markers to get this started. Going to start out with the water down at the bottom with a really pretty aqua blue color. Get all of that filled in. Again, use whatever colors you want. If you decided you wanted to bring rocks down through there and make this rocks instead of waves, you could certainly do that. I opted, in my mind's eye, this looked like waves, so that was what I opted to do. But maybe it's up on a little island, you know, more than what I'm giving it, because now I am giving it a little bit of land to sit on here, and just working my way around the base. Also using this brown for the roof. And once I have that done, I'm going to actually come in with my red, because I don't know why. When you think of a lighthouse, do you think red? I always think red and white. I don't know why that is. I don't know if all lighthouses are red and white, but that's what I think of when I think of lighthouses. So using my red on the sides of the actual little house. And then I'll also use it on the chimney. And then I'm also going to use it at the top of the lighthouse tower. So around the base of the walk, is that what you would call that? What is it at the top of a lighthouse? Is it a catwalk? I don't know. But then I'm using a lemon yellow for the light itself. And now I've got my acrylic white paint out as well. And I am just going to fill in the rest of the lighthouse with that white paint. I did consider giving the stripes a little bit of red, and then ultimately I decided I was just going to make the tower itself white. And I think it looks really sweet with the red accents and the white tower. But you'll have to let me know what you think. And again, use your imagination. And this again would be a great little project to do with kids. So if you have young kids in your life who like to paint, this might be something that they could get into. And now I'm just adding a little bit of white on my waves. These were also lasered into the design itself, so they were still visible after I had applied my paint pen or paint marker. And that's really pretty much it. So you'll have to let me know what you think of this. And here we're gonna light it up here for you too. And here we are with the final reveal. Okay, everybody, that's it for today. I hope that you enjoyed the projects. If you did, please remember to give me a big thumbs up and leave me a comment. Let me know which one was your favorite. Until the next time, be well, be kind, and make it a great day. Thank you so much for watching. Take good care. Bye.